Hello everyone, my name is Notepad and I write games for fun, so what are we doing today? Well, today, obviously, we're going to be going over whales. Whaling. Also, thank you very much, Swagmeyer of Katarina, for subscribing. Yes, we're going to be going over whales today. Welcome to a Jovian Sleighride. Yes, that Jovian Sleighride. Now, let's explain the context behind all of this first. Last month, I said to the world, hey, gamers, we're going to do a jam. We're going to do a game jam. For those who don't know what a game jam is, it means that you have a very limited idea, usually a limited time frame, and you have to write something. There are quite a few different game jams out there, but I decided to do it something that was a little bit weird. I meant to do it a lot earlier, but I was, time's a bitch. So, what it was Jovian Sleighride, a game that never... Now you may be wondering, what do you mean, a game that never was? Sometime in 2015, a Redditor wrote a game called Jovian Sleighride, taking the role of stellar whalers in a barely functional spaceship in hopes of making it both home and alive rich. It never finished it. Or, from the notes that were handed out, he never started it. And thus I asked a very important question: can you do better than a Redditor? And I put some basic goals in mind. Now, the goal is simple. You gotta use the above concept. It must be a sci-fi whaling simulator. The ship is just as important as the crew. Hunting that whale must be factored in, and all the grim reality of whaling must as well. I have 10 hours of Sea Shanty 2 playing. I'm gonna go insane by the end of this case. Now, the big thing is you must implement one of the following: cards, unusual dice, and player PC mechanics. People got a little bit confused with that last one. Effectively, meta mechanics. I didn't know if meta mechanics would be a good way of wording it. So I used that and oh, this'll be better. It did. It was actually 10 times worse. But generally speaking, I was curious of what people would make. 1 month, I did not look at a single one of these. Not a single goddamn one of these I looked at. I let the world decide it for everyone. Oh goodness, people are posting me elsewhere. Goodness gracious. But yes, now we've explained what a Jovian Sleighride is. Oh, well, let's see, manly co-host. Madly co-host, everybody. Have no fear. We have our co-host. Say hello, everyone, to Manly Whale. Top whale, you could even say. Yeah, I think I outdid myself with this one. Something about it really does speak to the soul a little bit. Soul with a V, so you know it's real. But that was Jovian Sleighride. Now, in total, we had... Let me open up my folder real fast. I'm going to open my folder real fast. We had a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 whole games submitted. We originally were going to have more, but a few people had to drop out for exterior issues. Some people just forgot, and life happens. But we have 10 whole games we're going to be going... we're going to have 10 whole games we're going to be going over today. So, get ready. Hopefully everybody is prepared. And we're going to start, though. This is the best space whaling game jam in the weird. In the world. Yes. It's the greatest space whaling jam. Our first game is obviously going to be from Cole himself. Yes, Cole Ekranok, or Cole, whatever you decide to pronounce his name. Or Jeremy. Written in little under 2 hours, received 0 editing, playtesting. It's garbage. Jovian Sleighride Return of the Whale was quite literally submitted the day I put it out. The day of it was submitted, and I knew it was going to be Kino. So let's go. Now, I've not read, now for context sake, I have read none of these. I just downloaded them today. I have not looked at them. I have been not really trying to follow that much development on them. I'm going in completely blind. Now, what's actually the thing that we're fighting for, you could say? My personal favorite will choose the first case in April, and then I'm going to leave up a poll for everybody being like, what is the people's favorite? And the people's favorite will choose the second case. Easy enough to understand. Now, let's figure out what we're doing. So, the year is 2945. Space travel has been accessible with discovery is Space Whale, whose space whale whose blubber fuels the nuclear reactors within starship engines. Another fuel source can power the engines quite like blubber of the famous space whale. Your crew is among those who hunt for the whales for their blubber. I like that it's of the famous space whale, like there's a singular whale, as the whale can easily net your whole year's pay for a crew of daring starship pilots. However, you have to run into a complication. The whale you've been hunting has damaged your starship inexorably, and you do not have enough fuel to escape the sector of space you're in, and space whales are notorious for the desire to hunt down those who tried to kill them. Fighting tooth and nail just to extract revenge, you have angered the whale, dubbed the Great Void Beast, who is now on the hunt for your ship. You have two options. Fight or die. Dun, dun, dun. This is 7 pages, by the way. So, let's, fucking Sea Shanty 2 has been going on the entire time. I'm going to go insane. It's great. Stretch. Okay, let me... Ow. Owie zowie, my bony wonies. Let me just snap my... Oh, God. That's not how it's supposed to go. 3, 2... Oh, God. Okay, 3, 2... Oh, God. Yes, I always try to stream at noon on Saturday. Noon EST. Sometimes it gets puts back a little bit, but usually it's this way. I have no sense of right or wrong when it comes to when I stream. You should know this by now. Come on, Draco. So, the game is played by rolling dice versus a target number, with the type of die depending on the skill of that task. Okay, D3, D5, D7, D9, D11, D15, D30. Oh yeah, gamers. We're gaming. Because, yeah, that's one of the things that I force everyone to do. They have to use unusual dice. So we have odd-numbered dice. Hell yeah. Center system gaming. Here we come. Only one aspect may be it, unless otherwise specified. Target numbers. Indicates. Difficulty of task. Captain of the game may set the TN to be whatever seems appropriate for the scenario. And, of course, what makes for better drama. Following chart exists to determine how difficult a task could be. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's kind of interesting. Average to difficult, like a 2-point bump. It goes 1, 2, 3. You know, it's 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, and then 10. You know, when pigs fly, you can do it. Hitting someone with an attack outside of extraordinary circumstances is usually an average. Okay. Oh, I see aspects there. Collection of humanoid. I'm gonna adjust this. I'm gonna put this in the corner here. This is where we're gonna put our character. I know what we can do. We'll call him Jerry Sealegs. This is going to be our character for everything. Say hello to Jerry Sealegs. So we're obviously going to have crewmate at D9. We are not going to be sus. Space Sealegs. God damn it. Has 15. Each crewman has 15 aspects. An aspect can be used to increase proficiency of an existing aspect to a maximum of great. Okay. Used for situation. Ultimately, captain's final. What aspects can be taken? Well, these aspects should be covered things within reason. Which decrease the amount of aspects. Do so at your own peril. Able to make malice if they would represent personality flaw, weaknesses, overall negative qualities. So you have 20 out of 20 health. Whale attacks a crewmate directly, they take 5 damage. A whale attacked with its mouth, the crewmate can choose to be swallowed instead of taking damage. They are inside the whale. They begin taking 1 damage per in-game hour unless they manage to escape or die. If the whale dies, it spits out those who swallowed. Whether or not they'll be protected against the vacuum depends. So we have 15 aspects to kind of work with. So I mean, I'm assuming, so if we want to do like navigate, if we want to do like navigator at D9, it would be, if we go up here to our little chart, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is worth 4. We increase our sea legs to 11. That would bring us up to 1. Our crewmate up to 11. No longer being sus. Let's see. 1, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Let's what is Jerry's sea legs, everybody? You said the space thing. What are we feeling like, everybody? What are we feeling like? What should Jerry space legs? No, that's what his name is. Not Jerry space legs. What should he what should he have? Currently we are a navigator, we're a mechanic. What else? What should our great thing be? Who are we? Let's see. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 6. So 6, 12, 15. Yes, I believe that is it. Congratulations. By being Bluetooth connectivity. Let's see. One player plays the... Wait, the old hunk of junk that takes a hit from the whale and now is running on fumes. One player plays the ship and it's AI. I remember him talking about this vaguely. Build the ship. And the ship as the character they're going to play as. If no player chooses to play the ship, everyone plays the ship, and the ship's AI is malfunctioning and downright schizophrenic. It is constantly controlled by various players. It comes with support aspects to start. Actually, I know what we can do. I know, communicate, take action, fuel engines, weapon integrity. Alright. When the ship takes damage from the whale or other powerful forces, reduce one of the physical aspect by 1 step. The aspect reduces below D3. Not be repaired by the crewmates until after the hunt is done. If all the aspects are reduced, the ship is destroyed and everyone dies. You failed. All your friends are dead. The end. Ship aspects can be repaired 1 step. Maximum of these listed values. So wait, ship's aspect can be repaired by 1 step if a character spends a number of minutes repairing it equal to the die. AI receive 15 similar aspect. Can also take malices. Cannot be physical. Das Veiling. Das Veiling, everybody. Do you want to go veiling with me? See, I was waiting for someone to try to do like Japanese whaling so I could just do a really racist Asian accent. Because I'm me. Have no fear though, but don't worry. Manly, our white whale, is here. So let's see. The great beast, one with caused all this drama. And the whale will taste for crewmate blood. The fact that he keeps writing down crewmate just keeps making me just say, oh, sus. My mind is fractured. It's broken. There's nothing left anymore. It's just Jover. Let's see. Captain's control over the whale. Creates the whale during character creation. At the game start, the whale receives an additional 2 aspects at D11, 2 aspects at D9, and 5 aspects at D7. The whale's hunger decreases by 1 step. That's a D30. If the whale is reduced below hunger, the whale dies, but its blubber is no longer usable. So you can try to just avoid the whale to survive but you're not going to be able to get out. You lose, effectively, if its hunger goes down to 0. I like that. I think that's kind of a cool idea. Attacks with every time person damaged, the ship or swallow something reduced by 1 step. Increase hunger by 1 step. Chomp cannot decrease below D3. Hunger cannot be increased above D30. So yeah, as long as the whale is attacking, it won't die. The problem is, as long as the whale is attacking you, you're going to die. So people-sized weapon takes 1 damage. Every time the whale is attacked by a starship-sized weapon takes 10 damage. So the whale at game start. Whale is willing to escape in the event of extreme danger and lose 50% in the first encounter with the crewmates and does not manage so much as scrap the ship. Look for a friend. Rolls D7. 1 to 3, it comes up empty-handed. 4 to 6, it finds another whale to join in. The party is likely going to be in hell of a fight. 2 more whales. Best combat. So okay, so we have a grid system now. All right. Let's see. Square growth. Spaceship being 2 squares, height 4 squares. The spaceship involves rolling the ship's engine, using the result of the amount of squares they can move. Carried out by the AI, continues unless the power systems are taken offline. Must use their turn to pilot. Wheels move in its fins. Similar manner. Starship has 2 turbo lasers, 1 flat cannon. 2 actions per turn. Do something, attack, interact with scenery, some ship repairs, so on. Alright. So it's a lot more... If I'm reading this correctly, this is a lot more about... This is a lot... The way that I'm seeing this, Dos más balenas, it's the entire idea is more about you're engaging this whale every now and again, and it's like, okay, we're gonna fight the whale for a bit and then try to run away, or it's gonna try to run away, or we have to try to run away. But our one issue is that we have just overall less supplies and less stuff. If he bites our ship out, we're fucked and it's destroyed and we can't do something. So, yeah, I think cool idea. If this gets developed any further, it might not. This is the big thing. I don't know if any of these will be developed any further. It might just be one and done, and they might want to do something else with it. The idea with there is keep everything similar. That'd be like my one thing here. If you want to reduce aspects in one place, then everything has to reduce aspects as health. If you want to reduce aspects, if you want to just have a health bar for every place. I think that would kind of help keep things flowing better. Maybe not, but yeah, it's kind of a weird idea. I like the odd dice, obviously. That was one of the requirements of this. So, going out through this, yeah, good job, Return of the Whale TM. You really were a whale of a time. You get it? A whale of a time. I've been listening to... Let's see, we are currently 18 minutes of Sea Shanty 2. 2 Space 2 Whale. Boo. Yeah. What's the deal with whale? Okay, so our next one is going to be the High Road. Say hello to the High Road. This is by, let me bring him up. This is by Izberion. Now, interestingly enough, you got a card game out of me, Notepad. You're welcome. I've never done one before. Yes, we have a card game. Yep, so this is only 4 pages, but yes, this is by Izberion. Looks like he went a little bit more literal with the ship, which I'm okay with. So, all right, let's get going. So, the discovery of FTL changed humanity forever. Most we could foresee, the dangers that come from we couldn't. Burns holes into and out of dimension of space we still know little about. Most of it called the High Road. Traveling through takes days, a couple of weeks at most. still faster than sublight. Let's see. Some say traveling the high road. Some say the high road is the afterlife. It is like the afterlife in some ways. Fused with bright golden light shining from every direction, clouds of condensed gases float lazily along. You can breathe freely without a need for a vac suit, and it's always a comfortable temperature. When it's calm, a deep sense of peace can penetrate down to your bones, but given all that, it's more like a sea, just in the sky. Traveling the high road is fraught with danger. An EB called Capillarian moves the currents through the high road in some unpredictable ways. It can swell or quiet suddenly, producing wild turbulence or becalming, respectively. That propels you, not its engine. Capillarian interfaces with the electronics and electrical systems. Only a spectre light drive and fusion reactor are shielded to keep them functional through the entire trip. It's dangerous to shield too much. During storms, no shelter or safe harbor from them. You can only endure. Experienced diviners can navigate a ship through them. Not much damage. Alright, the greatest danger, though. Leviathans. Like deep-sea creatures from legends of old that are massive beasts dwarfing most ships. They're not actively hostile. Leviathans travel the high road, surfing along the currents, seeking those essentials of life. All creatures do. They feed on much smaller, but not necessarily harmless life forms called sparrows. They don't feed on the flesh of these creatures. They drain them of life. They'll drain the ship's reactor the same way if they can reach it. They're attracted to the shielding, though they usually target the reactor, likely due to its strong electrical field. Let's see. There are men and women that ride the Capillarian currents. Leviathan hunters. Divine blood is one of the most important resources in the galaxy. Diviners wouldn't be able to navigate the high road so easily as they do now. As dangerous as that is. Navigating from one point to another through infinite featureless expanse of the high road without a diviner is driving blind. You're hoping you're in the right direction for the right distance, that you don't bore a hole into the center of the star. Their long optics alter their skin. The same golden light that exists everywhere seems to have seeped into their skin. It shines dimly, light from within. I like the idea that, like, oh, put some arbitrarily currency in your virtual pocket. Have no fear. Have no fear, Painkiller. Pay Notepad means I run an ad. Thank you, everybody. Everyone say thank you to Painkiller Jade for running an ad. For running an ad for everybody else. Yeah, no, welcome to, see, I believe in, what I like to call radical anarcho streaming capitalism, where you pay me to run ads. It's great. I love the future. Red Bull gives you wings. I do like the fact that he did go very literal with, the ship. And how it's like, oh, it's like the sea, except like the sky, and oh, it's the high road. I do like that. It's a weird way of approaching it, and I was not expecting this in the slightest. Something it's I just got here to get ads. Yeah, somebody bought an ad. Sorry everybody. Okay, why is it 2? It happens. Twitch's, I will say this, Twitch's ad algorithm is made by what I can roughly determine to be wizard magic. There's no real reason behind it. It's just wizard magic. I don't get it. I don't understand it, but have no fear. Yeah, I'm liking the high road so far. It's a weird pitch. Like, I wasn't quite expecting this. So, cool. Let's see. Every ship, Leviathan Hunters included, have 3 important but equal positions. The Diviner navigates the visions of the future in order to plot a safe course. Conduit channels the Capillarian, steering the ship through the currents, and the Baron manages the crew, sending orders and the need to keep the ship operating smoothly. And then there are the ships themselves. Travel through the high roads and most likely travel over sea then through space. Once reaching the high road, cracks open any airlocks, hatches, and windows. Without the power-to-power oxygen recycling won't be working. Nice to air up the ship and get rid of that lived-in smell. Ships also deploy their collectors, huge wing-like sails that catch the capillary currents propelling the ship. People were doing everything to not put this in, like, space. I love that idea. I love this. Because that was actually one thing people were having a lot of difficulty with this, was that, oh, it's in space. It's such a simple little idea, but, like, when you start thinking about it, you're like, oh, fuck, I have no idea how to do this. Let's see. Hunting leviathans can range from short excursion from the chaotic Valerian to long hauls of little movement and no sightings. In the end, though, once the ship catches up to a leviathan, it's over in a matter of minutes, no matter who comes out on top. It's all a hunter has before it escapes. Are you up for it? Okay, so deal 4 cards to each player. Okay, so the players can show their hands to one another, but must not show it to the GM. So, let's see. GM writes down the 4 suits and attaches a weather event, high road event, and a leviathan event to each suit. He keeps each secret until it must be revealed. It draws 3 cards, placing it in front of the Viner, Conduit, and Baron face down. You can look at each of them. Okay, so for context's sake, I drew a 9 of spades, a 9 of diamonds, a king of diamonds, and a joker. I don't know if we're supposed to use jokers or not. We have a 5 of spades, a 10 of diamonds, and an 8 of diamonds. So those are the cards in front of us. Taking the let's see. The GM thoughts recon, placing one in front of there. Look at each card. Diviner resolves her, taking a dose of Leviathan blood. The Diviner is able to see a cloudy future made up of sporadic visions, allowing them to navigate through and out of the high road. Uses 1 card from his hand and play against. Okay, so it's the Diviner resolves her, taking a dose of Leviathan blood. The Diviner is able to see a cloudy future made up of sporadic visions, and to navigate through and out of the high road. Uses 1 of his cards in his hand to play against the GM's card. GM flips his card. The Diviner's card has a higher face value than the GM's card. Into the GM's his own suit for the weapon. So if I flip the 5 of clubs, I say, okay, I'm gonna play my 9. I'm gonna play my 9 of diamonds, and he flips. It's the 5 of clubs. I would win. I would get to choose what the weather event. Okay, easy enough. Okay, resolve the weather event. Conduit goes second. Channeling through himself, able to exert some. 1 hand play against the GM's card. Draw 4 cards as well. You can choose a GM suit or zone suit the high road event if not the GM chooses. So we play, and it's like, oh no. I mean, technically any of the cards I drew. So, it doesn't say what happens if they're equal, though. Baron chooses 1 card from the hand, play against GM's card. Resolve the Leviathan event, struggle between man and beast. Okay. Fight between the Hunter and Leviathan goes through 2 rounds. Before the first round, the GM shuffles the Leviathan cards and picks it. Fight between them goes through 2 rounds. Before the first round, shuffles the Leviathan cards and draws. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to play face down for each player. Let's see. The player must choose 1 card against the card before them. Flip the GM's card. They resolve simultaneously. Beats the GM. Both cards are played against the Leviathan. GM wins both cards against the ship. Okay, so it's kind of like it's not really a, I wouldn't say a trick-taking game. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a trick-taking game. I would say that it's more of a gambling game in a way. It's simple, but this is the kind of thing that you can play pretty quickly. I would assume, because all that if I'm reading this correctly, all this is you put it out, and you make a gamble. You're making a bet. So it's like, okay, let's say I got my 4 cards in my hand. I see, and I have a nine. I have a nine of I have a nine of clubs, for example. I can look at this and be like, okay, I think with this 9, I can beat whatever he throws at me. Flips his card. He's got a 6. I've got a 9. I'm gonna do a total of 15 damage to him. Boom. But he's like, oh, okay. I have no cards to play. So you play like a 3, and against your like a king or something, he's gonna be able to fucking bash your face in. So it's kind of one of those things, like, you don't want the middle cards, really. You want really high cards or you want really low cards, because the higher they are, because if they're really high cards, you'll able to... Oh fuck, whale blood is spice. Hey, whalers. Yeah, so the idea here, if I'm looking at this correctly, is, let's say for example you have like a 4 in your hand. Like if I draw my hand arbitrarily, if I have let's say I draw my 4 card, let's say I have like a 5 in my hand. A 5 is like arguably the worst card that you could deal with, because the 5 is really bad because you have to make effectively a gamble. It's like saying, okay, if I play this 5 and they have a higher card, we just took 12 damage. Or we just took a lot of damage. I have a 7, for example. But if they have a lower card, you're not actually doing that much damage anyway. So, yeah, okay. First reach at least 21. Both the ship and divide. Oh, you can actually kill each other. You lead high road with the carcass. Second round, the same as the first. Second, defeated, managed to skip through shift and high road. I'm empty-handed. So yeah, this is the kind of game you can play really quickly. I wonder what the let's check the events. Storm, whirling maelstrom of energy, plays a card against the ship face up. Baron must discard a card to the Leviathan to ride the storm out. Kind of dangerous to those caught unaware. Conduit must discard a card to the Leviathan to keep the ship under control. Wrong. Each player may draw a card. Calm. We discard a card to Leviathan the bore out and back into the high road. Yeah, okay. So effectively, the weather events fuck your day up. They are, all of the events are either going to force you to discard, kind of limit your options, or they're going to give you options. So that's why you want to succeed with the weather events. It seems like they don't really... catching the ship under tow, must discard a card. Swarm, or attacking the ship. GM plays a card against the ship face up. The Baron must discard a card in the Leviathan to order the crew. Shift. Changes slightly. Shifts, altering space relative to real time. Must discard a card to the Leviathan. Navigate future mercenary steps for ship. Berserk is raised by ship shielding, attacking it directly. Plays a card against the ship. Baron must discard the Leviathan in order to tire the Leviathan out before it does more damage. Leviathan is at peace, increasing the prospect of an easy hunt. Okay. Not a complicated game. It's the way that it's worded is a little bit odd, but yeah, this kind of game you can play very quickly. Where it's just like, okay, everyone gets... You get such a small collection of hands. I would say the one thing that the one thing I draw issue here is twofold. One is you don't define what happens if we roll equal. If I have a 9, you have a 9, it's just whatever the face value is. So unless it's like, oh, does one suit take priority over the other? I didn't really see that. Or is it kind of player facing? Is it Leviathan facing? That's kind of the back and forth on that one. The other issue is you don't explain what jokers do, if jokers do anything, and the ace. I usually like to always cite what the ace does, because aces kind of can play a few different things. If you just say, hey, aces are 1 or 10, aces being 1 or 10 are actually pretty valuable, where it's like, hey, I can mitigate a shit ton of damage with this, or I can do that. Even if it was like, oh, hey, your joker A Joker allows you to just automatically do damage to the whale. The problem is, if you play a Joker on the card, let's say for example, you have let's say mysteriously there's a 7 in front of you. You don't know that. You play a Joker on top of that card. You're just going to do 7 damage. On the other hand, if they play a Joker on accident and you play like, oh, I'm going to play a big card, you damage yourself. Because like, oh, you just navigated into a current or something. Little things like that. But yeah, I think this is it's nice. A nice little game. I could understand why people would like this. Expand it out if you want. Setting is weird enough that it could go fun if you want to go down that angle. But this does bring me to, if we go to Jovian Sleighride, it is Sea of Starwhals. Wynken, Blynken, and Nod in the Sea of Starwhals. We've got more ships. All right. Oh, goodness. Okay. Wynken, Blynken, and Nod, Eugene Field. Wynken, Blynken, and Nod one night sailed off the wooden shoe, sailed in the river crystal light in the sea of dew. Where are you going, and what do you wish? The old moon asked the 3. We have come to fish for the herring fish that live in the beautiful sea. Nets of silver and gold have we, said Wynken, Blynken, and Nod. The old moon laughed and sang a song, and they rocked in the wooden shoe and the wind that sped them all night long. Ruffled the waves of dew, the little stars of herring fish that little in the beautiful sea. Now cast your nets wherever you wish, never afraid are we. So cried the stars to the fishermen 3, Wynken, Blynken, and Nod. All night long the nets they threw to the stars in twinkling foam, and down to the skies came the wooden shoe, bringing the fishermen home. 'Twas also pretty as sail, it seemed as if it could not be, and some folk thought 'twas a dream they dream, or sailing in the beautiful sea, but I shall name you the fishermen 3, Wynken, Blynken, and Nod. Wynken and Blynken are 2 little eyes. Oh, Wynken and Blynken. Oh, it's Wynken and Blynken. I see what it is. And Nod's a little head, and the wooden shoe that sailed the skies, the wee one trundle bed. So shut your eyes while mother sings of wonderful sights at be, and you shall see the beautiful things as you rock in the misty sea, where the old shoe rocked the fishermen 3, Wynken, Blynken, and Nod. I'm like, Wynken? Wynken? 3 courageous who sail the skies each night in search of Starwhals that will bring good dreams to the children of Earth. Live among the clouds of Jupiter's atmosphere each night, Wynken, Blynken, and Nod. Blynken and Nod. Gravity. The sailors who catch the biggest and the best Starwhals are rewarded by granting the sweetest dream to children who believe in them. Each night, those children dream of bigger, more magnificent ships for Wynken, Blynken, and Nod to sail on. In Sea of Starwhals, a cooperative storytelling game for 2 to 4 players. Take the role of the moon, singing a story of Wynken, Blynken, and Nod. The remaining players will take the role of Wynken, Blynken, and Nod. This is actually a very fascinating look at this. This is a completely... I did not expect this, fun fact. Did not completely... Color me surprised. Color me surprised. This is by Caffeine for the Masses. He can't be with us today. His daughter's birthday, I believe, is today. So before we begin, let me happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Caffeine's daughter. Happy birthday to you. Cha-cha-wee. There we go. Good job, everybody. I'm financially obligated to do the cha-cha-wee at the end, because if you don't, you've technically violated copyright law. So, yeah, this is actually a fairly unique interpretation. A little bit different than what I was thinking where people would go with this, but that's half the fun of this, right? That's half the exciting bit of this, where you see what people are doing. So, take the role of the moon. We'll need a standard deck of 52 playing cards. 10-sided dice, 2 different types. Okay, so we've got cards. Play takes across 3 phases. The hunt for the Starwhals, capturing the Starwhals, and return home. little hard to read, but that's just me. Let's set up the game. We'll take a deck of cards and remove all of the face cards. Okay, so let's get rid of all of the face cards. So I've got my deck of cards. I need to get a new deck of cards, as I've said before, because my poor deck has seen better days. I've been thinking about getting like a good, nice pair of poker deck. But those are expensive relatively. Deal one face. Let's see. Shuffle the remaining cards and the face cards separately and deal one face card up to all players. This represents the player characters, the Wynken, Blynken, and Nod. Then proceeds to deal 10 non-face cards down. Let's see. We're going to distribute 3 face cards. Okay, the moon. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Okay, so cannot look at them. The player will then line up these 10 cards face down under the character card. Okay, so we're gonna put it under the character card. Can't look at them. The moon will then begin singing the tale of the Fishermen 3. The moon will sing their triumphs and their struggles, and most of all, the danger they face and find the Starwhals. Dangerous situation will need to determine who's the best to deal with it. Wynken controls the rudder. Blynken controls the sails. Nod controls the anchor. After the players decide who will deal with the danger, the moon will either agree or disagree with this. Player facing the danger will roll D10-sided dice and turn over any of their 10 cards. If the dice roll is greater than the value of the card, the player triumphs and adds a card catch to their hand. Let's see. If the dice roll will then roll 10, turn over any of their 10 cards. Okay, so it would be like, all right, so let's take my, I rolled a 5, I flipped the card, I got a 6. So I rolled so the 6, he has I would have to give the card back to the GM now. I've damaged we've damaged the ship. We've damaged my section of the ship now. Moon, agree with the decision to deal with the danger, +1 bonus to the roll. +1, so, okay. Keep singing the triumph and tribulation of Blynken until each player has at least 5 cards in their catch. Player may never have more than 5 cards in their catch, and anytime player has more than 5 cards, they must immediately choose a card and return it to the moon for future use. Player reduces 0 cards due to damage. That character is thrown overboard and the section of ship is totally destroyed. Add cards to their catch, and even during the capturing Starwhals phase of the game, can no longer be called upon to deal with dangerous situations. Deal dangerous. Each of the remaining players suffer 1 damage. Reach the cloud of Jupiter. The hunt for the Starwhal ends, and players move to the capturing of the Starwhals. This is horrifically cute. Happy birthday! Enter public domain order, Federal Court of 2015. That's good. I just went. I went over to yours, Izberion. Yours, I did like yours, Cole. I did actually quite enjoy yours, Cole. The thing that I would say for you is decide if you want to deal with health aspects or kind of the combination of such. Like it felt like every single part had a kind of a slightly different thing going on with it, but they didn't really sync up as well. That was just pretty much it. As for Izberion, I liked your... Yeah, I don't know if you would call it a trick-taking game, but I think the card game worked pretty well. Just define what some of the cards do. That's like a big thing. Define what the cards do. Because you don't actually state at all what jokers do. At least I didn't see it, if you did. So, that's just kind of a thing. Oh no, jokers. Oh no, jokers. Oops. Yeah, it's little things like that you don't think of until later on. You're like, God damn it. That and who takes priority? When, let's say, for example, I have a 3 and they roll a 3, and they have a 3. So, like, who takes priority there? Is it, like, based on a suit? Is it based on player? Is it based on, like, damage? You have to beat the dealer. Yeah, exactly. That's what I say. Like, if you equal out, though, like, if I have a 3 and you have a 3, who takes priority there? Who beats the dealer? I guess you would beat the dealer. Dealer wins on tie. There we go. Yeah. It's just having, like, a little line on there where you don't really think about it, and you're like, oh, no shit. Like, yeah, little things. Little things. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Your setting was whack. I'm gonna say that. Like, just the intro, I'm like, that's a different way of putting it. That's a very different way of looking at this, but alright, I'm in. Let's see. The moon will shuffle the remaining face cards. Okay. Reach the clouds of Jupiter. It's time to begin capturing the Starwhals. The moon will shuffle the remaining face cards. Play begins with Wynken, then proceeds to Blynken, and then finally Nod. Capture a Starwhal. The current player will decide if they wish to cast Silver Net or their Golden Net. Then by placing the appropriate counter on top of their face card, the moon will then reveal the top card of the face deck. If the player casts their Silver Net and his revealed card is 1 value lower than the face card, they may add that card to their catch. If the player casts their Gold Net and revealed card is 1 or more values higher, they add their card to their catch. If the revealed card is the same value as their face card, they add the card to their... If the revealed card does not match the color of the character's card, it must choose to increase and decrease the value of the character card by 1. I.e., okay, increase the value, they have a king, they must choose to decrease the value. If the player cannot decrease the value, they have a jack, they must choose to increase the value. Then capture a Starwhal, the top card of the deck is discarded. Whether the player captures the Starwhal or not, play then moves on to the next player. Okay. Then compared to the player catches then compared using the same hand as poker. A 10, 10 of the same suit, 4 of a kind, flush, 3-2 pair, high card. With high scoring catch, bring the best dream to the children. The next night as the children dream, their portion of the ship will be bigger and more glorious than the rest of the ship. That portion of the ship gains 1 more card. Damage, if by some misfortune all the sailors are thrown overboard, the children suffer terrible nightmares. The ship becomes harder to control. 3 players play with 1 damage to the portion of the ship. Okay, so the idea is you are playing cards, and it's a little bit of like, okay, you're pretty much competing against one another to determine who's going to get what, who's getting the value, who's not, and you want to build as big, and you want to get as high as catch as possible. However, your catch is also going to be determined like, oh, your catch is also like, okay, well, I drew, I have like this shitty hand. I only have a 7. So I'm probably not going to do as well as, say, someone who is going to have like a lot of like good cards or something like that. Or like, oh, you have a flush. But yeah, no, I like, this has a creative approach. Here's the thing. This has a very creative approach. This gets like capturing the Starwhal gets a little bit, I think I'm getting what it's trying to put down. Because the idea is that you're now using the face cards instead. I believe that's what it's trying to get. Yeah, you're pretty much making a gamble. You're saying, okay, if I'm going to cast my Silver Net, if I think I'm going to get, if you're going to be lower than me, or if I'm going to cast my Gold Net if you're going to be higher. If it's higher, then you're going to get something. If it's bad, you... cast their Gold Net revealed, higher than the phase they add the card to their catch. Yeah, and when it gets to here, let's see. Yeah, so it's pretty much you have a 50-50 of it, like, oh, you have to increase or decrease the value of a character card by 1. Which is like, oh, hey, I have a king and I'm trying to catch a queen. I'm trying to have a king, I'm trying to catch a queen. I have to, decrease my value a little bit. Now we're equal, and I still get the card, but it's a little bit riskier and things like that. Okay, that could work. Little bit funkier. A little bit strange. I think it works. Yeah, no, it's a really fascinating approach to it. Like, that's the kind of the idea. This is a very different way of looking at this. I wonder, is this an actual... Yeah, looks like this is an actual, like, thing, by the way. Or, for those curious, if I go to, this is an actual thing, Wynken, Blynken, and Nod. They threw them for fish in the twinkling foam. Yeah, looks like it's an actual... Like, they're trying to catch dream fish. And, like, this is who you're playing as. Sometimes they look a little bit more masculine, sometimes they are literally just children. Except you're hunting space whales. Honestly, I was expecting more Moby Dick than Wynken, Blynken, and Nod, but you know what? I'm down for it. Kind of has its own oddity. Again, when just to give you all the context for this again, this was the image that I used to, like, all right, let's pitch it, and like this is what he's basing it off of. I'm like, all right, weirdly adorable. I'm in. Different approach than what I would be thinking of. I do like it. It's just a little hard to read for me anyway, just because of the font and the background. You could have probably made the background a little bit more transparent, or this, or kind of like the frame which it's in a little darker to kind of pop out the words a little bit more. I'm also fucking blind, so it is what it is. Moby Dick, we'd never. This is perfect play with younger kids, funnily enough, albeit probably a bit harder on mechanics, maybe. I could see it with kids. Like, the thing is, in play, it's not too difficult. All it really is do you have a higher number than that? If you get more, cool, you get more stuff. And you want to, pretty much, you're just teaching kids. It's just a trick-taking game at that. Not trick-taking. I keep trying to say trick-taking. It's pretty much just a comparison game. Being like, do you have higher number than me? Yes. Okay, I have a higher number than you. I get this on this catch. And then you compare it at the end. You could play it with kids pretty easily enough. I would say the star whaling at the end would need to change a little bit. That's like the second part. I would just say if you have a higher face value than that. So that would be my way of doing that. But yeah, it's weirdly, it is adorable. I do like it. Very cute. Very cute. However, everybody, it's time. It's time. Lord. Okay, wasn't expecting that. All right. All right. Sorry, I wasn't wasn't expecting this. Wasn't expecting this in the slightest. Yeah, I wasn't sorry everyone, I wasn't really expecting top whale. What the fuck? All right, you mean the richest man in the sector, Lord Jeremiah Clarkson? Bonnie in the fourth. You don't know you don't know what someone like him would want from a nobody fisherman, but he's the type of person you can't simply say no to. He's desperate. He needs space whale meat desperately. Dutch of the planet Morbin 7. God fucking damn it. Served quantic alligator meat at her barbecue just to bathe for. So he served it less expensive and rare meat at his barbecue, completely humiliated and probably kill himself. There are 2 other fishermen, by the way, just in case you die or something, he said, before letting you go back to the planet's bay. There's only 1 space whale in the sector, and there are other 2 people going after it. Whoever kills the beast receives 6 million generic sci-fi credit award. Oh, wow. I hate them with perfect hatred. I count them mine enemies. I'm sorry. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. Oh god, we got another ad, no less. Draco coming in clutch with those ads. I always find it amusing. Exactly. Again, it's I believe in that chaotic flurry of like, let's just throw more ads. Let's see. God damn it. Such a shit post, but it works so perfectly. Now we do actually have the map screen. We also have a the official top whale sheet. Yes, we do actually have the official top whale sheet. I'm gonna do something real fast just so. Say hello to the official top whale character sheet, everybody. The fucking JPEG. God, graphic design is my passion. I didn't even notice that. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Your mother's name and phone number. Painkiller, I mean, my brother in Christ. You may not win my absolute favorite, but I have a strange and beautiful feeling you're gonna win the fan favorite. And that's half the battle right there. All right, let's Oh wow. Okay, let's see. So, game of the top whale happens on the official top whale board TM. All players be in the yellow square. The players nor the enemies can go outside the sector. There's a force field around or something. I don't have a good excuse. Graphic design is my passion edition. Let's analyze your name. Write your name here. Ship's name. Use the attached to the ship of the whale so you can't fly away from you. You make a harpoon check every round. Keep yourself. First a d6. Cannon it. Use it to damage the whale. If you're successful in the cannon check, you do 1 damage. Let's start versus a d6 as well. If you're successful at a dodge check, you avoid taking damage. Yeah, you can dodge in your ship. I love it already. Damage, hull starts at 3. Your ship exploded, everyone inside dies. Let's see. Consumable resource. Track the whale. Normally not visible in the game board. The other can also see it as Lord Jeremiah wants a space whale meat ASAP. 1 energy for 1 hull. 1 energy to 2 damage. 1 energy negate an enemy's attack. Destiny number. At the beginning of the game, each player will be assigned a number from 1, 2, or 3. Each day, the sector master will roll 1d3. If your destiny number, 1 roll, you have a roll of d13 and suffer one of the consequences below. See, I don't know if it's d13. Again, it's like, I don't know if it's a D13 or it's like because it like, oh, you have to have the special dice, or it's just a complete shit post. Like that's the idea of being like, yes, Jeremy Clarksonian does want this D3. God, D13. God fucking damn it. You lose 1 hell. The initiative for the day is 1. You have to tell You have to tell a your mom joke to the sector master. That's painful. You lose all your energy. You lose all your... This doesn't seem like destiny. This seems more like getting screwed. Killing other enemies, you can use it in the following. Recharge your energy. Upgrade. It will avoid you for 3 rounds. So the basics: you're trying. If you are trying to harpoon, cannon, or dodge, you have to roll succeed. Was only visible if you roll 5 or higher. The whale is only visible if it's a block next to your ship once per day, except starting. All players begin to mellow square them out with 1 shard in their storage. Begins a random switch. This is my sector master. At the table, you need a deck of cards for initiative. Of course, you need a deck of cards. I love it. Put a deck of cards without jokers on the table. Everyone, including the whale. Pick a card. Creature on the highest initiative acts first. Ace 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Jack. Yeah, you have a karma card. Store it within you. Pick another card. Karma, chameleon. Anytime karma puts up, I'm drawn to singing. You can force another player to roll consequence table. The same as the Destiny number 1. Yes, you can roll twice or more on the consequence table on the same day. That's just to fuck your friends over. Days. Day ends after another move. New one begins after every 4 days. Gain D3 hull, D3 energy free. Fix your ship in the energy storage. We can't recharge by itself. Combat. Space whale and other enemies you find along the way. Maybe the real friends were the space whales we found along the way. An enemy approaches play and vice versa. Entering attack with the cannon. Let's see. Harpoon. Roll harpoon. Then the enemy rolls dodge. If you're higher than that, your ship is locked enemy and you can't rush away. Run away. Rush away or run away. Run away. You gain +1 to your next dodge roll and you escape combat. Move 2 blocks next 2 turns. Possibly, if it's 5 or lower, you spend 2 energy. You lower up to 2, you spend... If it's 5 or lower, up to 2, you spend 1 energy doing, and the result is 1, you spend 2 energy doing it. If you don't have enough energy to escape combat, you can't move 2 blocks. Ugh, that's kind of a weird way of wording that. Let's see that on to others, and 9 years into cruel. Enemies that are not whales are immediately visible for all players. Whales on the sector, but after each day, we'll roll D14, add the result to the game. Enemies will appear on the edge of the map, shards will appear at random places, upgrades and downgrades work the same as the whales it does for players. Pseudo-dolphin. Can't really say that. The funny Lovecraft monster. Whale gets an attack upgrade, gets a dodge upgrade, whale rolls revealing its position, pseudo-dolphins, meteor showers. Zigura, the space whale. Rush move. Goes in combat with the activated rush and move 2 blocks per turn for 3 turns unless harpooned. Harpoon will keep moving 1 block per turn but drag the player behind it. Player cannot control the ship. So the Shamblers, pseudo-dolphins. One time player with more energy, abandoning combat players attacking, has no energy left. I killed the whale. It takes 2 days to load the boat with it. During this, the other captain can approach with other ships and try to steal the whale with their harpoons. When you kill the whale, and select is normal to the finale. Roll. What am I looking at? I'm lost. What do you need? What are you lost as? The whaling queue. The entire idea is you are deployed on the official map. You're deployed on the official map, and every day you and your crew, otherwise known as the 2 other players, are going around trying to find this fucking whale. You're going to be getting imperfect information consistently throughout the entire adventure. You might be able to find where the whale is currently. You might find where an enemy is. The whale's going to be upgrading slowly as well. You, on the other hand, are definitely not going to be upgrading, you poor bastard. The further you go, the more you're upgrading, the more you're getting things, and you want to get as much supplies as you can, but the big idea is that it's a gamble the entire time. You can choose to gamble and say, okay, I'm going after shards. I wanted to build up my ship to be perfect, and I'm never gonna I'm gonna have plenty of resources, plenty of energy, plenty of things to do. We're gonna kill the whale and we can drag it away. Or do you want to rush the whale? Because if you choose to rush the damn thing, you're going to be able to find it, you're going to be able to try to kill it, and you're going to be able to try to extract faster. Because that's ultimately what the game is about. What do you balance? Let's see. So normally, if you need 2 successful rolls to get the whale into your ship, each success from the other ship will drag the whale 1 roll away from your back to neutral space. So the entire idea here is this is the neutral space. You pretty much need 2 successes to drag it to your ship, but they can also try to drag it to their ship, bringing it back to neutral space. So you're constantly fighting with one another. After someone gets the whale inside the ship, the only way of getting back to destroy the other player's ship. The game ends when the players bring the whale back to the yellow square. English is not my first language. This is my first game. Please forgive me for any mistakes. Outside this being a complete shit post of graphic design as my passion, so you are playing Minesweeper, not necessarily Minesweeper, because the entire idea is he's moving. The whale is moving, you're moving, and you also have to compete with the other players, but the other players you don't really want to build up too much stuff because the random encounters are going to try to attack you. So it's kind of it's a balancing act of we need more energy to deal more damage, we need more of that. I think time to kill is a little low because you're effectively going to be able to do about 1 to 2 damage every round. That's 25 rounds effectively, but you don't have that much to do per round. I don't know, graphic design should convey everything to expect. That picture perfectly sums the game up. Yes, it does actually. I would say like the 2 big things with Top Whale that you need to consider is possibly adding in more things to increase damage because right now the core issue is that you do like 1 to 2 damage per attack. And you only get like, if I'm looking at this correctly. Yeah, you successful in the cannon check, you do 1 damage. Which doesn't really seem like a lot, which is like, yeah, this is 1 damage that you're doing, and it has 25 health, or 30 health maybe. That's every day you're going to be doing 1 fucking damage. Maybe increase like cannon damage over time, that being an upgrade as well, that'd be like my thing. I would say to make this work, you would make this, if you want to expand this out, here's the thing, if you want to expand this out, Top Whale, stuff, you would pretty much want to have more things that players can maybe like, oh, well, if we make a gamble to go over here, we may be able to pick something up, or hey, we can get Jeremy Clarksonian to, airdrop us some additional tools, or just go more shit post with it gradually with more stuff happening on the board. Or maybe something else wants to kill the whale in addition to everything else, which kind of is like, okay, this is a constant threat that we kind of have to deal with now. But yeah, I like it. This is what we like to refer to as in the business. For those who don't know, this game has what we like to refer to as very casually as, let me bring the soul. As you can tell, this game does have a soul in it with a V, so you know it's very serious. But yeah, I like Top Whale. Charming. It's a charming game. Okay, our next game is Whale Fight 1. Get ready for whale fighting. Is this the correct one? Yes. Get ready for whale fight. Whale fight! Woot, my game. Yes, let's learn about whale fight. This is done by where is it? This is by Donation Box, who's currently playing a Limbus company because he's a gotcha maniac. So let's see. Your ship has been drafted to hunt the terror whale. The terror whale has been terrorizing the planets in Sector Alpha Sagittarius for decades by singing loud, annoying whale songs during the night cycles. And no ship has gone after it has come back. No, Sector Governor has called every impounded pirate ship and their imprisoned crew to go hunt that terror whale. Terror whale's eyes is your proof of whale slaying you, and the next 10 generations of your family and friends can retire in extravagant luxury. Not to mention be forgiven for your crimes. However, not only is terror whale a spawn out there, your fellow convicts are eyeing each other with hostility. 3 pirates from the sector. Can you make it back alive? Oh no! Okay, hull morale energy. If hull hits 0, your ship is destroyed. May start at the beginning spot, distance 50, with a fresh ship next cycle. Pass away as a mutiny occurs. You are effectively sitting duck for a hole. If you're outside of combat, you lose next navigation movement. Step. Mutiny ends next turn. You regain 10 morale. If you're still below 0, the mutiny continues. Energy is resources to expend by using attack cards. Okay, yeah, energy doesn't mean anything. Energy naturally replenishes each turn during combat. There's certain effects. 10 ton hull, 10 morale, 4 energy, 12 shipbuilding points to start off with. Spend a point to add 5 hull or 5 morale to your ship at the beginning when you went in. Okay. Cycle has an exploration phase and a combat phase. During the exploration phase, we'll roll to navigate, roll in the whale die to see events come up during travel. Each player has finished their exploration phase. Any player may choose to start combat with something within distance 5. Or NPCs will start combat with the players. The combat phase then begins. Each initiator of the battle creates a battle zone. Overlap battle zone combining into one. Each battle zone then plays out in the battle with multiple combat rounds. Next cycle then begins. Victory or all player ships are destroyed at the same time. Player wins whale fight by having their ship arrive at distance 50 with the terror whale's eyes in their position. That's it. What they did in the process does not matter. Distance 50 at distance 50 with 5 supplies in their hold. Distance. Each ship has a distance with the distance from the terror whale, which is the distance from the terror whale. Player's turn, they roll D to determine how closer they are to navigate to the terror whale. Being able to grant their D8 roll to another player who may add or subtract the value to D8 distance. Terror whales with a difference 5, meaning the difference between distances 5 or less. Share supplies with one another with a difference 5. You'll then roll on the whale die. 24-sided die with the following effect on each. The 24-sided die, everybody. Have no fear. Ignore that. Ignore that section. We're going to delete it because there was no editing. Re-energy. Sorry, Sterner. Sorry, Sterner. No take backsies. We are gaming. Yes, Limbic Company. What's Limbus Company, right? Is that it? Lorena Company. What in God's holy name? Everybody's mad about Black Aragorn. We are officially an hour and 15 minutes of Sea Shanty 2, everybody. I'm not going insane, you are. Let's see. So, build building point. You can spend to outfit your ship as well as spend supplies to repair hull. Crew issues. Comes up with a problem related to crew morale. Must come up with a solution. Other players can then vote on the solution. Seems reasonable. If so, ships gain 10 morale. Otherwise, they lose 10. Just everyone dies. A space oddity. Unfitting spaceway. Looks like there's a lot of... I don't want to word this. There's a lot of voting when it comes to that. Like, it's not necessarily about, like, oh, I've rolled a bunch of dice to succeed or fail. It's, okay, here's what it is. Do you think it's interesting? Yes. The Terror Whales uses its unexplained teleportation powers to directly challenge the ship, drag to distance 5. Oh, located at the distance ship travel arrives at, they'll threaten the player ship to hand over 3 supplies. Otherwise, they'll start combat, may choose the negotiate pirate ship. Appropriate role play, fail, hand over 1 supply, no supply, and the pirate ship goes along with player ship for 1 combat. Grants 10 supplies. Ooh. Whale minion pod. Whale minion. Whales. They're making their movement consisting of D3 whale minions. Engage ship difference file. Have cache. You pronounce it cache or cache? Ship with value will take the cache when multiple ships arrive or on the same distance simultaneously. Get +1 permanent energy capacity as well as the option to improvise something, but players affected may not be the one who triggers this. Oh no! Okay, so whale minions and the terror whale fight together. Pirate ships also fight together. Both whales and pirates in the air, they ignore each other. The pirates don't want to fuck with the whale. I don't want to fuck with the whale. You don't want to fuck with the whale. Nobody wants to fuck with the whale. Let's see. Single combat plays out. Series clashes and one-sided attacks. Various countermeasure. Mechanically, let's see. Let's see. All combatants gain 10 morale and draw 4 cards from their deck. From combatants in the theater of battle. All combatants difference of 5. All combatants draw 1 card from their deck. They change their stances. This consumes one of their actions, but reaction begins. Combat automatically takes a stance. Combat begins and no action. Initiative for each of their actions. Or to the action die, physical and color d6s help here. Combatants declare what attack card is used for their action. I'm placing cards under each of their action die. Combatants may only play cards with combined costs equal or lower than their energy ship capacity. Alright. Combatants determine clash order and targeting. Action die and associated card must be targeted. Okay. So is this like cards or are they, let's see. Cards you under a higher initiative can freely choose to clash with the cards that have a lower initiative. This can force lower initiative action die switch. If an action die with a lower equal initiative chooses to target an action die that's not targeting them in turn, then the attack is targeting the slower die will have to attack go through completely unopposed. Cards only clash with the cards with exception insert terror whales. So even if you have higher initiative, the 2 cards lower initiative are targeting the same die. All unopposed attacks simply roll each die. Unresolved damage to the hit effects. Evade action do no damage, of course. Lashing attacks, however, works Two opposing cards will roll each of their die. Two opposing cards will roll each of their die in order simultaneously. Offensive dice's action result is greater than the opposing one, then it wins the countermeasures war and gets do the two dice action tie, then nothing happens and both attacks are completely intercepted by counter. Yeah. Works differently. Fate action wins the clash. The ship may choose to use the same action against the ship may choose to use the same action against any following enemy actions on the same card, possibly in lieu of an existing action exactly one more time. Leader may choose to power weapons down. If everyone else chooses to power down weapons as well, the battle ends. Okay. So the idea is more about placing the correct card down and then kind of being like, okay, I've got like a higher initiative value. I got a 2 on one card and a 3 on another. You have to try to beat my card. You're trying to clash with the other cards with you. And see like who goes first. So a card going like right away, you may not be able to actually block it all. You may not be able to actually like block them or deal with them. So it's like, oh, they're wailing spirit. Wailing spirit. Broadside. Gain 1 action. Deal damage from cannon attacks. Forward. Hold. On the other end, use the thrusters to maintain ideal firing position. Chosen by harpoon attacks. Reverse thrusters. Dice power directly modify dice rolls, affect dice performance and clashing as well as damage. Respond reactively to an opposed action at the speed of light. As such, attacks carry out set orders in the form of attack cards, which represent complex targeting solutions, maneuvering. 4 types of attack of whaling ship has: harpoon, cannon, ram, evade. Construct attack cards out of these using the following steps below. Attack cards out of these actions. Our cards cost energy, range 0 to 3. Ship may only play an attack card whose total energy costs are less than equal to the capacity. Card has 5 attack points, baseline, a 0 energy cost. Each energy is another 5 attack points, and these attack points construct your card. D4 dice action to a card. This can be any one harpoon. Any attack cards are with, but when combat begins, our deck must contain exactly 10 attack cards. Okay. So the entire idea is you have a certain amount of these. How much do you get? Let me. Yeah. Alcohol energy. I guess the idea is that you only have a certain amount of energy. So, a vast majority of your cards are pretty much going to be these 0 cost ones, or like a little cheapy cards. Because anytime you use it like a bigger card that's going to do like a bunch of damage, like 10 damage, or have a bunch of effects tied to it, that's going to cost energy that you may not have. So that's kind of like, you effectively you need to build a card deck of 10 cards, which a lot of them are going to be generic, but a lot of them aren't going to be generic at the same time. Okay. It also makes the dice action step a little bit more interesting, because the idea being, hey, you can build a card that's like super fast, but you don't do as much damage with it. But it's like, oh, hey, it's D12, but it's a piercing card, but it's going to take me 2 energy to actually... It's going to take me energy to actually do this. I'm not going to be able to hit as hard. All right. Okay. A little interesting. So this is Limbus. Hey, I've never played Limbus Company, but yeah, no, I think okay, all right. It's Limbus Company. It's Limbus Company with whaling. Um, Morale decreases by 5. You can gain or lose morale. Destroying an enemy target adds. Completely winning a clash adds 5. Winning a battle restores morale equal to half the maximum amount. 10 morale. It looks like you just die. Like you just die anytime. Poise. Instead they have poise. They're stunned. All their actions are canceled in the combat round. They don't. The next one, they take double damage from all source while stunned. Do not reveal them. Whale biology takes harpoon damage at 2 times multiplier. This damage exclusively to poise. They take can damage and ramming attacks. Pirate time. Terror whale. Yeah, terror whale 400. Might at the beginning of the round. Discards its hand, shuffles its discard pile into its deck that draws 5 cards. Spawn of the terror. Calls a whale minion to help at the beginning of every even-numbered combat round. Song of the Terror Whale. Any number of action dies. When clashing, this is opposed. Let's see, special cards. This card targets any number of action die. This is opposed by the sum of the die rolled on the enemy card, regardless of action type. Swallow hold. Oh, that's off. Deal the amount of damage. Target swallowed by the Terror Whale. Next round. Until the swallow, spat down the round after that. Alright. Color me fascinated. Shitty and rushed by RPG. I can respect it. It's a technically it's Runia, not Limbus. Limbus Runia. I like the ideas behind it. Like the distance and things like that. I think there's a couple good ideas here. Cleaning it up would probably be more necessary. Like give us like sample decks. That would probably be something that could work with it. Just make it go a little bit faster. But yeah, I think it works pretty all right. Interesting ideas. I would like to see if you want to develop this further. I would be interested to see it. Let's just say that. I would be interested to see if you choose to develop this further. All right. Oh gosh. Everyone's still mad about Aragorn. Okay, everybody, it's DTS the Whale Void. Okay. Now, I purposely... Oh god, there are 73 items in here. Alright, gamers. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. We've got different coins. We've got different cards. Oh goodness. Oh Lord Almighty. Oh Lord Almighty. We've got a few of these. Oh no, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Oh, oh, oh. All right, let's we've got a readme. We gotta. Hey there, hi Notepad, Tufty here. Thanks for the game jam. This is just what we need to practice some design. I hope you tell like the cards and rules. Hope it's clear that these are stand-ins and some of them are meant to be comedic gut punches. Cheers. When are you going to take our money? Resistance is futile. Yes, this was actually done by Dead Tree Studios. The boys. We've talked with them before. We've talked about one of their big games, which is Monster Games of Astoria. And they worked on this together. It's 7 pages. All right. Now, I want to see how to do this properly, because like how do I want to do this how do I want to show the cards? This is the issue. I'm like, how do I show the cards properly? Because you made them all a bunch of fucking PNGs. I wonder. How do I do this properly? How do I do this properly? You made my life a little bit more complicated than it should be. Okay, I know it. I know it. Smart men need smart decisions. Okay, we're gonna do not bring up the other PDF viewer. We do that. You paint.net. Okay, we're gonna put you right there. Hello paint.net. Our boys here do have different cards. Now these aren't all of them, but as you can kind of see, I'm gonna do my best to kind of bring some out. We also have we got some authentic shit posting in here. We don't have no fear. Yeah, this is some grade A shit posts that are already like, oh wow. There's crew cards. I'm fascinated. I must learn more. Alright. Let's learn about Void Whale. Wow. One of these are actually play tested. The magic of an actual game studio, not a single schizoid on the internet. Please God help me. Okay, so the captain's speech. On this journey I seek to hunt the void whale Cesare, a terrible beastie who haunts the Milky Way. His origin is unknown, but be he a dragon, a cosmic tyrant, no one truly knows. However, one thing is certain, lads and lasses, to hunt the whale without preparations is to invite death to bed. We need 3 things, me merry crew. A. First be the xenon ballasts, or assurance our vessel is not capsized in open space, or doomed to deorbit. Doomed to deorbit. Doomed to deorbit. The second is the veil metal harpoon, made by the master smiths of Detrius, an adamantine spear forged sure enough to pierce the monster's hide. The last, me crew, is an ancient epithet tractor beam, said to be strong enough to pull moons from orbit. Without these tools, hunting the whale is impossible. On our journey, we will encounter many obstacles, but fear ye not, me coffers be plentiful, but can only carry so much on the ship for fear of treacherous thieving dogs. So prepare, act, and be merry. We set sail the next revolution of this bloody rock. 4 voyage cards, 40 crew cards, 1 coffers bag, 1 discard ball, morale favor hull ship, 36 health tokens, 25 reserve tokens, and character cards. Collaborative competitive card game. Almost hunt and slay the void whale Cesare before it destroys the ship and kills the whole crew. Fulfilling the captain's lifelong grudge and allowing him to fling himself into a mad death retire. Each player is trying to curry favor with the captain while preventing other players from currying favor so that they may inherit the ship and the crew when the captain retires. Successfully complete your tasks to curry favor, sabotage your crewmates and deny them favor, but be careful. Too much, not be ready to face the void whale and instead be sent to Spacey Jones' locker. Spacey Jones' locker. You're not winning just for that. You get nothing. Okay, how to play. Decide who has the first turn. Choose a random player to draw from the Voyage deck. Like clockwise. Let's open up the Voyage deck real fast. Where are the Voyage cards? So I'm gonna put this in the corner here real fast so everyone can kind of see what a Voyage card looks like. Not gonna use Space ATM. We'll do Well, let's put you right in the corner there. This is a voyage card. All voyage cards back into the voyage again. Turn proceeds around the table. Let's see. Then continue clock. Who drives the whale event card first will start as though they have the most experience. 4 knowledge of Void Whale Cesari. So you need to draw the whale event. So if we find the whale event. Okay, so draws a whale event card first. We'll start as a shuffle a voyage card back into the voyage deck. Turn proceeds clockwise. So get rid of or play. Each player draws a crew card and adds it to their hand. Okay, let's open up the crew card section. Crew cards. Everyone's gonna draw one of these. We're gonna draw wrenches in the cabin. Cool. That's a rat spaceman. That's just a rat spaceman, everybody. From the glorious United States of America. God bless America. God bless America, everyone. Let's see. Ship hull. Counters must be right clear in the center of the table. Choose the character from the character deck. Okay, now we have to get to the character deck here first. So let's go to the character deck. Let's crew. Yeah, wait, no, it's not. The crew cards, not crewmate cards. So we're gonna do this. So I guess we're gonna do. Let's just play. No, I should actually use ones that look actually like artwork, rather than Jotaro with a fucking hat on. There we go. We'll open. Welcome to the Gunner. Double morale gains. Discard 1 card to activate. Le Gunner, as you can tell. We are Le Gunner. Let's see. Each player chooses a character from character deck, starting with the player on the right. Player counter is character card. An opaque bowl or mug is placed under the table to discard spent credits. And character has its own bonuses and drawbacks described on the card. Approach playing and strategizing. Please note, a character's abilities require a player to discard a crew card in their hand to activate. It can be activated to apply any player's turn or action. The force discard from having 4 cards in one hand cannot be used to activate character ability. Players should keep a number of favorite and fashion visible. Playing your turn. Alright. On your turn, you must draw a voyage card. So we're going to draw a voyage card. So if we take our thing here. Not America. We need to go to the voyage card deck. We'll use there we go. Not add layer. I need to open up this card. Okay, so on the top right of the meter, if you to meet the requirement is pulling enough reserve tokens whose total value or exceeds the card's coffers bag. Pulls you're willing to make, you must make a number of declared pulling one of the reserve tokens from the coffers bag for upon pull. Meeting or exceeding the number of cards is a successful wager. Pay on some cards. On successful wager, the success effect of the voyage card applies. Failing wager, the failure effect applies. So if we're looking here, this is the failure. This is the failure state. This is the success state. And you're going to need, if I go over here, these are the coin stand-ins, I guess. So these are what the coin stand-ins look like. They're just, so it's a little bit random. So it's kind of more like a board game. Card game? Cardboard game? Many schizoids think more than a singular or true. Together we schizoid together. Okay, so meeting or exceeding crew cards can be played at any time unless otherwise stated. Play 1 crew card on anyone's turn. Each player can have a maximum of 4 crew cards in their hand. As a card exceeds their maximum, discard current voyage card into discard play. Place pull reserve tokens into card pool. Alright, next player to the left. Excess reserves held during wage are not refunded into the coffers bag. So it's pretty much a gamble of like, do you have enough money to actually continue on, you know, consistently? Because you're so that also explains why. That explains why if we go to if we go to crew cards, we pull out not crew cards. I guess that would be wouldn't be health cards either. It would be no, it would be crew cards. And then you would just play, you know, and fold them. Target player discards 2 cards. I'm assuming you have to start burning these. Which, fun fact, this is reminding me of all fucking things, mind you. Now, here's the problem. This is reminding me of the World of Warcraft trading card. Did anybody ever play the World of Warcraft trading card game? Did anyone play that, or anyone ever play the, like, looked at it? The quest mechanic, how you had to, like, burn, that was your resource, was completing quests, and you could use the quests to do things. This reminds me of this for some unholy reason. Yeah, let's I like it more than Hearthstone. Honestly, when Hearthstone first came out, I thought like, oh, they're just adapting the World of Warcraft trade TCG to this, which I was kind of sad they didn't. Like, I understand why, but it's like, I remember I remember the Burning Crusade. I remember the Burning Crusade set. That was so cool. You had all the trader heroes and stuff. Here's me nerding out a little bit. I ended up with like the promo cards, like the promo hero cards. Like the really big ones. I always thought those were cool. I liked collecting all the heroes. I thought they were always cool. Good times. Let's see, void, and then all the reserve tokens placed in the discard bowl return to the coffers bag. Relic card is pulled, and the wager is successful. Game ends when 3 relic cards are drawn from the void deck, and their wager succeeded. During the whale event card, having all 3 relic cards will satisfy the whale event card. The lunatic bent on evil will die in the final hunt, and his successor winner will be decided based on the player who has the most favor. Will remain stable. Treated. Each part of the ship starts with 10 hit points. If any part of the ship reaches 0, the game ends immediately in a mutual loss. These hit points have a maximum of 12, which they can be healed. I mean, let me see if we can find like a relic card. Well, that's not it. We need to find so yeah, this would be a relic card. Bring in the. So this is a relic card. Hull reduced. Hull loss reduced by half plus 3 favor. So yeah, you need to effectively pay for. You need to, if you keep sabotaging one another, you're going to try to be fucking up with. You're going to be fucking with one another too long. And that's just something you kind of got to manage. All right. Damn it. Discard 1 crew card, navigator. ATM, Captain Swindle's noble lass. Xeon. Cesari attack, Cosmic Wake. Ghosts. How? Yeah. Ghost. Zenith fears the indoor. Zenith fears the indoor mushroom farmer. Now hiring. Lost his leg. You senile coot. Really? Another one, Cap? Cap needs more booze. Late loan payment if you give Kong uranium. Brew cards. Where's the rum gone? Blame the tools. Unhelms. Mutinous scurvy dogs. Backstabber. Player. Okay, let me just do a double check. Oh, playing your turn. Crew cards can be played anytime unless otherwise stated. So yeah, it's literally a game about... It's literally a game about fucking your friends over and trying to succeed with what little you have. I like this idea. Not gonna lie, I really like the idea here. I think it works. It's... The only thing that I could see being a little bit... I don't want to... It is one of those things where you can I can definitely see somebody... How do I want to word this? If one person wants everybody to fail, they can make everybody fail. Kind of thing, if that makes sense. And there's not that many things to prevent fucking up somebody's day. If there was like a brig mechanic, if that makes sense, like you're clearly just fucking up. You know, you're clearly fucking up. Please stop. Like we're going to all lose. That could possibly tie some things together, but at least somewhat prevent like one person just ruining like the game for everybody. But I guess that's kind of like a mutual thing. You all have to do that. Caesar got slighted, started gunning for Zen. Well, I mean, he is the whale, so I would hope. Yeah, it's if like one, I could see it's kind of like one of those things. Like if it's not even necessarily like, oh well, you're playing crew cards. That's different. Like I'm playing crew cards to fuck with you, just to make you lose more than anything. That's one thing. I mean, like somebody is like, oh well, I'm gonna draw 5. It's like, please don't. Like, please don't draw 5. You don't need to do this, and we're just all going to fail later on. Or it's things like that. Unless that's built in? Maybe. Like, I'm going to draw 5 on a useless card. I'm like, wow, cool. You're such a cool dude. Please stop that. But yeah, no, this seems fun. Looking at all the card art, and mind you, I can't show all the cards, obviously. But there's some genuine, some funny bits. There's some funny ones in here that are such as my personal favorite, space ATMs. I'm assuming that this is going to be the thing to like prevent it. Like you just have to kind of gamble on getting a space ATM if someone is like trying to deliberately sabotage something. Drap, Scrap, and Cap, formerly Gux. Needs feed and seed. Yeah, like, yeah, cool idea. I think it's pretty neat. That brings us to our next game. People are posting Kringe. Let's see. We are at Whalia the Nebulon Way. Whalia the Nebulon Way. All right. Let's get whaling. This was by the This is by Alondaar. Good old Alondaar, our boy. Materials needed. Let's see. One player taking charge of reading the rules. Way to print and copy data. Have a red, green, and black color available. Small tokens. Chits, coins. shields, crewmates, items. Art formatting and not even a fancy font. Is that fucking Comic Sans? If you look for quaint system. Okay. Fucking Comic Sans looking ass. You need 4, 6, and 10, preferably no. Sorry, D8 and D12 Chads. We keep losing. We're never having a good time. We're taking D4, mean roll a D5, mean roll 10 side death, result by 2. D3, occasionally bigger results such as D50. The tens place is D5 minus 1 times 10 tens plays, and the D10 is the ones plays. This is the first time to actually somebody with this will be like try their best to be like, oh hey, yeah, no, this is totally how you should do this. Like if you need to make a D50 check. You need to make a D50 check. It's D5 minus 1 times 10. So this would be 4. This would be 30. 35 I rolled there. Okay, roll abilities have a I called it component. If you preemptively call the result of your ability, it's pre-session use is restored. If anyone questions your call, a mutiny vote begins. Everyone 1 vote, and the losers are jettisoned from the ship. There's 1 ship HP per a new character TM. Created unless they exit play or become shackled and flogged, losing an action next turn. This means humorous penalty for those who lie or stretch their calls, or against those who question every call. It should come up for every call. Making an attack, roll d6 with for the horizontal axis column and the ship's weapon dice in the vertical axis. Oh Jesus Christ! They will give you coordinates for your attack hits. Ship range d4, d5 to d6. Choose to roll a larger dice listed one ship weapon. So a D5 plus weapon can be rolling D5, D6 player's preference each time an attack is made. Your attack lands on the whale, it deals 1 point of damage and shades that cell, noting it is damage. I recommend shading the cell in red, but gray pencil and hatching is fine as long as you hit the damage location, resulting damage D6. Fucking this reminds me of Floria already. This is really reminding me of Floria, and that might be the point. If your attack hits a critical location that's colored green, it's 2d6. 6 on the damage dice. Currently affected locations are shaded black. Completely destroyed. Subsequently hitting these areas deal only 2 damage. Is hit multiply damage by 2 times. The game is designed such that you will never need to erase location. Like the game is designed such that you will not ever need to erase location damage. Make sure to confirm the hit location after any. We are Floria Gaming. Honestly, you could probably set up the you could probably set that game up on not necessarily Roll20. You can probably set it up on Tabletop Simulator pretty easy. Whalia. Wait. You son of a bitch, Alondaar. You son of a bitch. You played me for like a damn fool. He played us like a damn fiddle. You fool, you utter buffoon. You may take free navigator roll ability. The player's using ability the player's using the ability freaking called it. This is obvious when it happens. Good job. All abilities can be used. Most appropriate or beneficial. Move to a new space not occupied by a crew member. Attack the whale. Use an item. Creating a crew member. Choose a combat roll. Navigation roll. Note down your abilities in an index card. That's it. Randomize this. Get crew roll. Grants an active and passive ability. While navigation is a once per session ability. Determines where your station is. You may skip the quick start play section. Optional rules play with a captain. Instant whale deathmatch. When playing alone, you give yourself more. All the rules. Have no fear, everybody. It's me, instant whale deathmatch. Shifting by one non-diagonal space. Passes. Roll. Use items remotely. Space aren't destroyed once struck. Each time the ship loses HP, deal +1 damage to your next hit. Biologists, do not multiply damage when your space is stuck. +3 max health point. Navigation rules. Chef, oh boy. Once per session, you acquire an item. Once per session, you re-roll anything. Ship's grid. Yes. Skipper, a frigate. Gaia-Leon. Gaia-Leon. I get it. I get it. Fragate. It's fragate. Hello, everyone. It's me and my fragate. Floria did not... Going over Floria, that was such a surreal experience because it felt like something was drastically wrong with the game. And I couldn't put my finger on what it was. But yeah, no, I think having like a universal one would be actually pretty fun, pretty interesting. And I so far it's like looking pretty good. I remember you posted some images of this earlier, and I was like, okay, I'm curious where this is going. Well, beyond the first, so ship HP cannot go negative. Whenever ship it becomes derelict and all crew members are lost to space, game over. Hunt phase. When you leave port, search sonar for your quarry. You will inevitably face dangers, occasionally boons on your hunt. Roll as you go, or pre-roll a series of events. Ready for the table below. Duplicate results, increase the difficulty rating of that event once you determine who's to pursue. Resolve an event, repeat until you get the whale option, which will take your ship and crew to the final part of the phase of the game. Every event has a difficulty rating of 1 to 3. One player rolls ship speed and tries to match the difficulty rating. Navigator rolls have a hunt ability, which enhance or modified speed roll. Events roll itself. So let's see, speed. So the fragate, you could say. Let's see. Example: whale routes, DR1 riding solo road, boosting through a stretch of whale past meals. Taking unstable war home to a very angry whale. DR ship location to be hit. Get an item. Go good contact table. Bad contact table. Traded with surplus. Contact 1d5. If higher than the event's DR, positive contact, equal or lower, negative contact. Oh no. Rogue AI. You pick up a funky single. Ship speed becomes 0 for the next DR event. Parasite, which morphs and duplicates in organic matter. Destroy one item. The DR items are mutated in copies of a random item. Good old pirates. That's agonizing. Like, pay them off with stuff. Agony. Sadness. Lose health points equal to DR. Gravity detour core meltdown. Okay, multiple items cannot go in the same location. Cargo limits maximum number of items. During the whale phase, you cannot move items around, but until you rearrange them. You may adjust the result to roll up or down by difficulty rating. DR3 lets you add 3 positions. So, item table. So, let's see. Let's roll. We got 7. Flux juice. Flux juice. Whale grit, skirm rail, asteroid chewer, skirm whales. Oh god. Hello everyone. You want to see my skirm whales? Asteroid chewers, solar sail fins. Attack the ship 3 times. Oh, owie zowie, my bones. Below 2 round ship locations critical. This attack does not miss. Deflect. You're back on the ship. Supernova. To the 10s place +1. If 50 result is higher than the whale's HP, 1's place matches explode for ×3 damage. Yeah, the supernova is the you lose option. I'm taking it. Only deals minimum damage per location. That's agony. Truly. Regenerated events. Alright, so it's kind of like you have to choose which one you kind of want to pursue, which ones you're not pursuing. Then Skipper versus the sperm whale. I like this. I like Whalia. I like this. It has a good enough beat to it, and I think it's because here's the thing. Like, I didn't like Floria. Chaps, I just saw someone get beaten up outside my window. What the fuck? Yeah, don't bring anything up until after they're gone, or call the cops, I guess. I don't know where you're from. That might not be, that arguably may be a worse idea. I mean, if you want, you can try to loot the body. See if Kenshi taught me anything. If Kenshi taught me, yeah, okay, they're already here. Yeah, if Kenshi taught me anything, is that if someone gets the absolute shit beat out of them, you should run up to them and steal all their clothes, and then sell it for pittance. And that's what Kenshi taught me. See, I would like to play Kenshi on stream. I would like to play Kenshi on stream, but I don't know if my computer could handle it. Kenshi added ships? Not yet. Though apparently in Kenshi 2, they're thinking about adding vehicles. That's a thing that they said. Hey, vehicles in Kenshi soon. When Kenshi 2 is one of those games like Star Citizen, it'll never happen. But generally speaking, I do like Whalia. It's simple, but it gets the point across pretty easily, and I think that's pretty alright. Is Kenshi like a sandbox? Yes, Kenshi is a sandbox. They slap you in... They slap you in the world and say, do whatever the fuck you feel like doing. My current run-through I've been playing way too obsessively is... trying to be anti-slavers, but it just isn't happening. Like, everything I do is just plotting against me. And, it's do whatever the fuck you feel like, join the Holy Nation, don't join the Holy Nation, join the United Cities, fuck around with some ninjas, play with anti-slavers, you know how it goes. It is very much a make-your-own fun kind of game. And... usually, I would say the natural progression is you have the early game Kenshi, which is you're kind of building up, you're fighting things like dust bandits, you are max melee, quit falling star, jam yourself in the corner, question mark, profit. Where it's like early game, it's like, okay, fight like looters, get a crew. You need a crew of about 5. To really start, I would say, to kick off the game well. You need about a crew of about 5 guys. And if you hit like 20 in your melee weapon skills and your things like that, you're doing pretty well for yourself at that point. And once you get about that many guys, you can start taking on like small groups of dust bandits. You can start dealing with, you know, starving vagrants a little bit more easily. You're dealing with people a little bit more easily in that early game. Mid game is when you start doing the big bounties. That's when you're like, oh, let's go to the Tower of Abuse and get our shit rocked. Let's do things like try to do the gurglers and things like that. You're building up a lot more guys at that point. That's kind of the mid game is the mid game is where a vast majority of the game comes in. Late game is you go to the bigger ones where you kind of start on the faction quests. That's when they're not really quests per se, but that's when you start trying to influence the factional politics and try to do the world overrides. It's like, oh hey, we need to kill the bug master. Because you kill the bug master and then things kick off a lot harder. Because whoever kills the bug master, that's kind of who you are automatically going to join that guy's faction pretty reliably. And once that occurs, it's like, okay, you've done all this, we've kind of ascertained, we've kind of done the kind of that early that I would say late mid game, and then late game is you're doing the faction missions, and then you also are going to probably end off doing the Ashlands. The Ashlands are scary. Do not fuck with the Ashlands. You will die. There are roving hordes of murderous skeletons. There are a shit ton of enemies there. Every single thing you look at will kill you. And there's nothing for miles. This is assuming you don't want to play the RTS mode, which is a completely different game. That is a completely different entity if you want to play that kind of like build a base and have fun there. I say Kenshi 2 will never happen. I'm not necessarily saying it will never happen, but it's going to be in 8 gorillion years because Kenshi took 8 gorillion years. And it's just one of those things, like, it's just going to take forever to come out. Wrap the live up, dude. I have places to be, hot and smart on. Yeah. You want to... No one's hot and smart here. That does bring us to Rimbreakers. Curse of the Stellar Dragon. 31 whole pages. Wow! A game by PRW. Now, if we look on here, this is a game by Archer. Hello, Archer. Everyone say hello to Archer. Caffeine just dinged me about the manly whale. For some reason, people are slightly intimidated by manly whale. It's gonna be by the time the game is released. Yeah, hopefully. So, let's see what this looks like. We got another pretty. Let's see. Throughout the millennia, a great deal has been speculated about what lies beyond the edges of the galaxy, but alas, the rim remains unbroken. Reached the stars, they found beasts that could rival their unbound terrors, the surpass it, the Titans. For millennia, the Rimbreakers are remembered, and uncounted tales of exploration, adventure, and hubris do not return, either falling to a Titan or the Great One, a beast that shines like a star and breaks through the void as it consumes all that it comes across. And all of them become mad at the sight, some hiding forever in fear, others become obsessed with slaying the Great One, some took madness to beyond the grave. Drunken breakers tell a story of glimmering ship, not the vessels of the current era, but one that make you think of ages long past, before humanity left the mythological planet of Terra, the Adamastor, a seemingly wooden ship that braved the void with a crew of less than living, hunting down titans, one after the other, and adding their bones to the creature to its hull. All know the stellar dragons do not exist until they meet their end of the stellar tides. For one rule you must remember for the curse of the stellar dragon is you always roll 1 dice. Any modifiers exist, you add the dice size. You add their dice size together. So a D20 plus D5 is D25. Already cursed logic. I'm in. Let's see. This is true. Opposed rolls. Highest win. In the case of draw, players always win. Free rolls are unchallenged. If taking a free roll, do of the roll with the impact decided. The attack roll does whatever the roll with damage. Booster. So for rolling a booster of D5, roll D5 and add the result of the dice size. Card values. It's always funny. People, I was curious of what people would kind of gleam onto, and it looks like people really gleamed onto the cards. All right, cool. I'm in. Game flow encounters are 137 encounters, with encounter 137 being the final battle against the Great One. Rolls on the encounter madness table, describes the encounter, picks what reaction to the encounter, and then captions action. Challenge it to determine the outcome. 5 encounter, ignore any non-counter result. Despite being mentioned in the rules, do not throw your DM off a boat. It's merely in-game that this happens. No active violence are condoned except when you roll a 1 for the 4th time in a row, and that's all point. All bets are off. Joining the crew. If you die alone, rims won't come for those who face the jaws of titans, but they will have to come to a purgatory of the stellar dragon. If souls awaken aboard the dragon, shouted into motion by the captain from another. Bands composed of 4 members, each of them sharing all the band's ability scores and having individual skill. When spirit reaches 0, they die and the band is reduced by a member. Bands cannot replace lost members. You are ghost pirates. Okay, you're playing ghost pirates in this game. Alright, everybody. I wasn't expecting this one, but here we are. Ability is fighting with sword and gun. Ability started 10 points of distributing among your skills. Draw cards for each member. So, actually, let's see. Draw cards for each member. Add card value to each of the drawn card to 1 skill. You will get a blank. Skills have many skills to pick from. Draw a card that is both your curse sign and your specific school pool to pick from. Each member of man has 1 skill. Spade skills. So you're going to draw a card and you're going to be able to add it to your ability. So if we actually choose each member, add a card value of each drawn card to 1 skill. Leader, engineer. For sign, when you draw the same card you drew on band creation, the card becomes cursed. Character's ability is permanently disabled unless uncursed by a counselor. When this card is drawn again, character already cursed, soul suffers terrible fate, is permanently destroyed. Oh no! Draw a bone from a hunt, you gain a card value skill points to distribute. Whenever your band acquires 5 Titan bones, your band will reincarnate and gift the bones to the Stellar Dragon. The sacrifice will empower the Stellar Dragon and all those who come after you. It grows its bone scales. Card total gains a card value of your sacrifice bones as shard. Okay. So you're going to be... Your band is going to have its own set of abilities and stuff individually. And you're going to be drawing... And you will be drawing cards for everyone to improve your skills gradually. Okay. You are the game master, dictating events. However, you have little control. Also, the role growing madness and acquire points distributed among. Okay. Cards were easy because you actually available off the shelf on like these 69s. Hey man, are you a real gamer if you don't have a bunch of odd dice? Let's see. So Captain Advancement, unlike bands of Captain constantly, madness. As Captain hunts the Great Tide as the purpose of the Great, he will inevitably grow mad from the search. For each chapter, roll d50. Add the roll amount to your madness die and distribute the roll amount by 10. It's Titan battle, so d50. Roll the same die as the Titan die. If your madness ever reaches 500, Rambling Mode starts shouting about the Great One as you plunge your ship and crew into a black hole. In this case, the game ends with a defeat. While a mutant, this is the current captain killed and being thrown off boat, and their stats reset. So you're always, you have to measure your, captain. But the thing is, the more crazy your fucking captain is, the crazier your fucking captain is, the better they are. Because they're going to, by default, have higher navigation, they're going to have higher command, they're just genuinely going to be a better captain. So if you're going to break, you don't want to break it. Yeah, it's destroyed rolled amount divided by 10. So you're always, so yeah, you really need to, yeah, it's like, the absolute best you can be is when you are going absolutely fucking insane. That's what you want to, that's where you want to be. The crazier you are, the better you do. Give me 1 second. I need to show my boys something. This is of vital importance. I need to make sure Manly knows that he's been turned into a whale. The Manly whale is real. Okay. On ordinary starship, magical creation whose will is free. The ship instinctively knows the best way to slay the Bismarck and what tools work, but it may not be the tools themselves required to control the true guidance of this. Intimately tied to the crew and captain. The crew and captain, and the ship plays a bit unlike the captain and the crew having slowly allocated a limited set of points. Oh god, it was worded really weird. You can be animated the crew and captain slightly, but it's responsibility of the player to do this. The Stellar Dragon is a shit created by space magic and crewed by those lost in the void in the hunting expedition to the Great Rim. A region of space where none may pass due to the existence of the void whale. The biggest whale, called the Bismarck, has felled on many a crew. And the Imperial fleet that hunt down the Titans of the Rim. Crew will give them one last chance to be free from the rip of the void, hunt down the Bismarck, free the Great Rim, making Galaxy a place for human empire to expand. Yeah, it looks like this is maybe part of a secondary thing that wasn't originally on there. Like, kind of the original pitch kind of got shifted around a little bit. Current build of ship, integrity. Soul is the shield for crew damage. While you have soul, no crew member takes damage. Same damage dealt to soul. Integrity after armor reduction. Shards, total amount of shards. And bonus dice. Look at bonus die size for navigation. Bonus die size for sailing. Passive crew bonus. Oh boy. Upgrade for the ship. This is enough for 1 tier 3 equipment or 3 tier 2 equipment. Like shards collected by the bands as they reincarnate. A group may spend these at any time to purchase equipment. More weapons. More, so multi laser batteries. Have no fear, everybody. So yeah, you can buy things like a laser cannon or heavy cannon. Or hey, you want to buy a harpoon? Yeah, so rotwood, Alwood, Stella wood, plating steel carbon. Now, unaltered reinforced sails, strip sails, triangular sails, square sails, pentagon sails, hexagon sails. I don't think that's how that works, but You know what? Go for it. I'm down. Yeah, kitchen, pot, stove, utensils, micro kitchen, food replicators. I would say, like, getting passive soul would be, like, way... Getting, like, this would be really good, because it just blocks damage. Funniest shit I've ever seen. Creaky helm, good helm bridge, nerve link. Yeah, so starting ship designs, the iron side, kind of see how this works. The trekker, the cruiser. Okay, I do like the fact that you do actually have example ones here. I think this works pretty well. Battles upon both the battling, engaging fight, pre-fight skills. Okay, so oof, let me reassess my back here a little bit. During a fight with a tie, draw 2 cards or strengthen or weak. It multiplies all damage taken by the crew with that suit in this cursed suit. And if that is their curse card, crewmate gets cursed if they had drawn it. Their weakness adds D5 times card value to all crew member rolls with that cursed suit. Ranges. Battlefield zone 3 range, close, mid, long, taking different actions. Stellar Titan may force movement into the Stellar Titan may force the movement between these zones if you fail the checks, otherwise zones don't change. Entered on the long zone. Pretty light. When captain's called, the captain must roll call madness table and comply with call 2 actions. Let's see. Actions are resolved in order called by the captain. Uncalled actions are resolved in order lists. Exception of mutiny, which occurs before any action. Any action can be either called by the captain, taken voluntarily through. So the idea being here is effectively if are you doing something or are you listening to the captain? The captain's going to say one of you is going to have to do this, and you're like, okay, I'm going to do this, but I get a big bonus out of this. I get a bonus by virtue of doing a thing. Movement actions with zones called by the must be called by the captain. Sailing plus navigation versus sailing difficulty times range chance. Find range, fail sail in range, second check. Titan rams the ship. Ramming damage. Bum 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 da 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 da. 2 hours of this fucking song. I'm going insane. Piloting bravery plus command versus evasion plus piloting difficulty times 2 terror. Titan doing ram plus ram chance damage. Titan dodges the ship. Each assigned crew member rolls their own check. Fire weapons. Fire guns at Titans. Fire harpoons. Can be done at harpoon range. Cooking takes harpoon damage. Boarding. Getting up on a Titan's back is a dangerous affair. Yeah. Other uncalled, lift spirits. Mutancy. Damage. Takes damage. Then deal damage to integrity and spirit. Integrity 0. Spirit 0. Deal remaining damage to crew divided equally. Distribute the damage. So, some rare cases, crew may take damage directly. In this case, removes mentioned crew member spirit. In the case damage is dealt to the band, you may distribute damage between the members you see fit. Deal damage the same way as the ship, simply reduce their damage taken by the toughness subtracted from flesh. Sort of area. The hook status is a special case. While hooked okay. So you want to hook the if you manage to hook the Titan, if you manage to hook the fucking whale, you have a very big advantage. They cannot dodge. They cannot. You can unload on them a lot easier. So you're just going to town on them. But it's yeah. So instead of we're like, oh, you're doing a bow head Titan, it's an evasion of D10. They're gonna have an evasion of 0. So let's see. All turn within cursed bones lies path of reincarnation. So let's see. Whale whack, crushing bite. Deal ram damage, ram damage, ram. Yeah, bowheads aren't really that dangerous. D65, crushing bite. Uncommon Ishmael's Titan. Ishmael, God's Call, Judgment Quake, Holy Whack, Prophet's Rage. Evade action or fail. Lacid, deal ram damage. The Grey Titan, you. Goes down. Their skill try. They've correspondingly lowered by 1 permanently. Silent Woes. Or Spirit by Terror. Legendary. The Great D100, D200, D100. Venerated Elder. Jesus Christ. Like. Recognizes the Titans recognize the other great one as their master, and so does your captain, uncontrollably bowing before his elder till his madness protects him. That is, if gain 100 D100 madness, captains cannot call next turn. Man-Eater looks at the crew member soul and charges for it. Failed. Determine a crewman from any band at random. The crewman was eaten by the great one is gone forever. Visage of Doom shows the crew the vision of hold of the minds its power. God of Gods, disappear from reality, fade. Close range, deal ram damage times. How much ram damage does it? Let's see how much ram damage it does. Oh, it only does D100 fucking ramming damage. Of course it does. God of Gods, the final day. Prepares to destroy the universe. The end of days is nigh. The Great One prepares to destroy the universe. If not slain by the end of 5 turns, the universe is destroyed. Of course. D100, it does mean it only does. That is correct. D100 means it only does 1 damage sometimes. Ram damage ranch. Ram damage. Oh, yeah, okay. Counter table. Base pirate boarding distress signal. Lost. Tiny Titan swarm. Tiny Titans. Let's go, Tiny Titans. Wait a fucking second. Is that the square root of successes in shards? Wow, the whale can just end the universe with a week's notice. Yeah, pretty much. No, that's 5 turns, mind you. See, if there's not, from Hell's Heart, I stab at thee. If that's not an option here, I'm gonna feel pretty sad. Trap D20 damage to ship. Echo nothing. 10 D2 shards. Remember, everybody, when you're gambling, you might be down, but that next one might be good. Always remember that. Only cowards, stop gambling early. Spacewalk emergency. Bravery ×3. Space plague. You may be ghost, but space plague still affects you. You've been gotten some bad rations. Your entire crew is sick. Space ghosts. The captain accuses someone wildly of being a spy. The player decides to execute that character or no. If they do not, nobody was a spy. Remove the accused character to loot. The entire band were spies. Lose 2 shards, the band is gone. Robot invasion. When a crew takes damage, instantly kill 1 member. Ooh, space ninjas. Oh boy. Space ninjas. Will hide every turn if you must make a bravery to hunt them down. Make something up, encounter madness. Encounter madness, table calm, none. Am I seeing that right? Rolling an encounter, describe the encounter you are having. Let's do a second rolled encounter. It's the clue. Yeah, yes, of course. No, I can't. Oh, but yes, clearly. Captain check roll D2. A traitor. Traitor. Battle bowhead. Ishmael Gray. Call madness. We must run. Kill it now. You cannot call a ram action. Oh, calls no action. Fire every call. Only calls fire weapons. All crews must fire weapons or mutiny. The captain shoots a random crew member, killing them immediately. You'll never take me. Kills themselves. The rest of the fight continues without them. Of course. But of course. Terror. Fighting other people, getting shot in space during boarding. 4 Titans. Chasing a Titan right now. Make sure the Great One always TPKs the party. Better and more events if you keep it going. Yeah, no, it's this was charming in its own right. I think here's the thing. This has merit. This is the thing. This has quite a bit of merit to it. It's one of those things you kind of highlight this. You just need more stuff to it to kind of bring it up, and I would say play on the theme harder. If that makes any sense. Play on that theme a lot harder. Because what's going to happen there is that your theme is going to allow you to say you are effectively, for lack of a better word, you are a bunch of ghost pirates hunting down a universe-ending whale. Go for it. Go 120% on it. You're a bunch of... You are literally a bunch of... You should... How do I want to word this properly? You being a bunch of fucking ghost pirates... kind of on a one-way mission to kill a universe-destroying apocalypse whale, you should really play into that. Make it go as hard as possible, and make a lot of things kind of play around that idea a little bit more of your fight. You are ghost pirates fighting a universe-ending whale. If you want to do things a little bit more, if you want to have it more like, oh, you want to be able to defeat the Great One in some way, you can make it so like, oh, you kind of need to get other ships to assist you, kind of thing. You're not doing this alone. Like, you can't kill the whale alone, or even down to the fact of like, yeah, you want your captain to be as crazy as fucking possible, because he gets to do, like, if he encounters the Great One, hey, the captain is able to do like big ass fucking, like, one big final super fuck you attack. So if he has D489, like, yeah, he can do a shit ton of damage right away because he's the crazy fucking captain. From Hell's Heart I stab at thee. And that being kind of the thing where you want to push your captain to as far as you can, but you have to know that captain, you need to retire at least 1 or 2 captains. Because if you don't retire those captains, you're going to all die because you need to build up your ship as hard as you need to build your ship up as much best you can. It's a DPS race, for lack of a better word. That's like, how can we with what we have so far kill this fucking whale, or are we fucked? But I like the idea. It's a very creative interpretation of the idea. All right, I believe that brings us to. Oh my goodness, everybody! Guess what time it is, everyone? Get ready for Descent. Yes, Descent by our boy, EthicalExplosives. Yes, everybody, let's get a big let's all clap for Ethical here. Yay! Hello, Ethical. Welcome to the show. You do not come here for a sense of purpose. You do not come here for escape the past. You do not come here for an adventure. You do not come here for a better life. You do not come here to live. You came here to die. Oh, would always join the whalers, the old man muttered. Look in the air, count to 2. You weren't ready for this. Descending now. You are a whaler, and you're initiated to a dying way of life. Your skin is sallow, the eyes sunken, and hair matted with sweat and grime. The only light in your life is flickering on the screens as they show the shapes and signatures of your query. In grandfather's time, whaling was a respected profession, when hard men wresting precious FTL fuel from corpses of leviathans. The lifeblood of interstellar travel, with the advent of the core drive, whaling become less and less relevant by the year, much like men that practice the grim trade. Roll 3d6 for each of the following attributes. Reroll any attributes lower than 9. I see this one is a far more dedicated. Let's make Jerry space legs. So let's take a 3d6 here. So, desperation. 9. Okay, our desperation. Desperation is 11. Our degradation. Obsession. But I rolled a 6. We're not rolling a 6. Let's actually. Okay, let's re-roll. Come on, we got another 6. Come on, above a 9. 10. We got a 10. I love being average, man. And we have desolation at 3. The desolation of Smoog. Each modify a different source of vessel. Each garden weathered by violence of countless hunts. They are instruments of death, crafted for a singular purpose. Yet even in their efficiency, they have a sense of decay. The machines push beyond their limits. Crews push beyond their breaking points. Broken, void-weary men with cold practice efficiency. Speaking walls threaten to give into the intense pressure outside. A floating tomb carrying its doomed crew to their end. Roll 3d6 for each of your ship. We'll call it the 4 quad. Disrepair. 10, 12. Every system held together by thin membrane with scavenged part and frayed wires. Brutality. 12 again, everybody. We're rolling the most average despondency. I believe this is actually a solo RPG as well, because there we go. This is the exact same roll as last time. 11. There is no mirth, only heavy silence hanging there like a shroud. Journey will last 1 year. A card from a 22 card tarot deck. We have a tarot deck, everybody. We did it. Did you made this on verse? Yeah, my game is next. Yep. Going to announce the game, no? Hey, we still have one more game after this. And if this is correct, I'm going to feel really sad. Occasionally, Code will be able to make a test. If you roll equal to or under the attribute, you succeed. If you roll over, you fail. Increase your succeed by 3 or more. Desolation by 2. Tracking your prey. Finding prey is a matter of patience. Smaller. Distance you quarry starts at 9. Every time you draw a card, reduces it by 1d6. When you reach 0, encounter the whale. Immediately increase your distance by 9. Face your doom. Benthic Depths. Your ship has trudged the Benthic Depths for untold weeks. Days are beginning to run together. But then you see it, a bulky yet sinuous form of the beast. It moves with otherworldly grace. A thing of beauty, of strength, a marvel of nature. It everything and that you are not, you hate it. It fires a harpoon, it connects unerringly to the beast's enormous bulk, and you are towed along. Of some or all of the attributes: strength, majesty, indifference, perseverance, cunning, primacy. This is... I can tell you right now, Ethical, this is going to get you some... Yeah, announce winner after the last game. I can tell you this right now, my friend. I'm already seeing all these notifications. This is going to appeal to people on itch.io almost immediately. People are going to love this shit. The way that it's written. You've written it correctly. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no, he posted everything on itch.io. He made it all fancy pants, unlike the rest of us. You just needed to make $4.99. Yeah, pretty much. Remember, Ethical, every dollar you make, I deserve 50% K cut out of it. As a finder's fee. Sorry everybody. I'll be uploading all of your games under my own folder and selling them for $5 a pop. Sorry everybody. I would never do that. Oh, when you counter a whale, roll a test against the attribute that opposes the whale with penalty equal to the whale's attribute. If your ship takes 3 damage, it fucking explodes. Roll 1d6, went fine. Adding +1, Glasswing, Cosmic Dust, Strength, Majesty, Orca, Crystalline, a Siren, Bloop Whales, Phoenix, Leviathan, Gulper Whale, Nightmarish inky black creature that can swallow ships whole. Leviathan, the end. Oh wow, that's not depressing at all. You wander ships dark gloomy corridors. You can see that something is wrong with ship's navigation. You saw millions of whales in the set. Where are they now? Why has no one said anything about this? Are you the only one who noticed? Something deep inside you told you the only one who can fix the problem. You try to make sense of your surroundings. You accept this is what you signed up for. Nobody else is panicking. Nobody else seems to care about what's going on. There's no point in trying to change course now. The big thing is, looks like you are making, you need to roll, you need to pretty much get all of these. You need to get as many events as you can, which you then do. Pretty much you're doing it. You need to increase obsession. You need to increase desolation. You need to perform events to get shit. If you don't have that shit, you're going to have a bad time. Following the wake of whales, ship washes the moon from day to help decide the next direction. Despite their otherworldly appearance, millions of their actions. See yourself swimming as one of them, a base creature blindly driven by hunger. Increase your desolation by 1 and reduce your distance by 2. The High Priestess, you kind of see in the background here. Making a test against obsession. Yeah, lots of... I'm going to assume there's one for all of these. Like, I'm not going to read out all of these, but yeah, like, it looks like a lot of increased degradation by 2, increased distance by 2d6. Let's see. Looking around, vomiting, coughing up blood after 8 agonizing minutes. Processing include everyone rushes out of the room. Some missing hair with burns on their skin. The lovers. Yeah, it looks like a lot of these are. Oh Jesus. Continues the free fall toward the planet, all warning lights blazing. Finally, it's calmly through the intercom. You say I am lost, but I disagree. The map has changed, and with it, me. Roll index DC with decreasing distance after every card going forward. When encountering a whale, add 1 to your roll. That's awful. Why would you do that? I thought that said the Kermit at first. I'm not gonna lie, I thought that said the Kermit. Yeah, it's literally, yeah, just events. It works. Have no fear. Death. Have no fear. It's death. You know, temperance, the tower, the star, the moon, the sun, judgment, the world. Let's see. The end will test against desolation. After days of maybe even weeks of feeling lost and alone, you finally make a decision that surprises you. You choose to live. You may not know exactly what you're living for, but something inside you has shifted. You sit back on the deck of the ship, gazing into the endless expanse of space. You realize you're glad you signed up for this. You can't imagine going through this experience again, but you know you'll carry the memories with the rest of your life. Maybe it'll make you a good story for your kids someday. It's less than 0. An alien parasite in your skull has finally replaced your brain. Of course. Here's the thing with Descent. At its core, it's a very small game. All of it leading up to this. It's a very simplistic game. It is a almost perfect, mind you. Almost perfect. Fucking ping. I don't need a ping. I never need a ping. It is an almost perfect itch.io game. Who are you? I'm you, but deeper. Yeah, it's an almost perfect itch.io game, and I will be amazed if you don't get at least a few downloads and people buying it. Every single thing about this game is... I had a good time writing this itch.io game. Yeah, no, I think it works pretty well. I think the idea works. You said that it's a solo game more than anything, which I think that is an appropriate look on it. You had me worried there for a while when you kept saying, oh, it's playbooks using the center, it's PBTA using the center system. My fear was building the entire time, and I'm like, oh no, what did this madman write? It's appealing to, like, here's the thing. I could see someone really enjoying this game. Yeah, it's a game you play exactly once and then put it away forever. Exactly. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Should you market it and make it a game jam and, you know, be like, please make it, you know, put, descended with dissent or something in the corner there. If I saw you do that, Ethical, I would put you as a Gorbino for the rest of your life. But, I can understand why people enjoy these games. Are they my kind of game? Not really, but I understand why people might like them. That's all that matters. Oh, your boy is back. It's but yeah, it did stick the theme. I will say that it did stick the theme, and that's something very appropriate. I will say that something very appropriate. Now, I can't really say anything like, oh, you should look at this and try to fix that. It does exactly what it says it's going to do. Bones in the sky. My boy here. This is my Jervis McDrew. or Jaeger, or my boy Jaeger. I don't like solo games, depressing art games, or card mechanics. I decided to do all of those. Jaeger on the hot seat. Yes, this is by my boy Jaeger. My boy Jaeger here was having some issues getting this actually even uploaded. For a variety of reasons. He got this in last minute, effectively. It was a nightmare for you last time I checked. It was just getting everything from point A to point B was just a fucking mess. So that's half the fun, right? But here we are. Ooh. Stretch a little bit. Stretch my shoulders. Crack my back. Break my back. Have no fear. Alright, so Bones in the Sky. Looks like we're doing page layouts, too. Should we settle? Why should humanity... Oh, actually, I should get rid of Jerry's space legs. Why should we settle? Why should humanity be confined by an act of cosmic chance to a single sphere of rock floating in the cosmic void? Why should we be content to live enclosed like cattle to make room for our fellow man? Why should we condemn ourselves to languish in this little corner of the cosmos? Why should we settle for enough? Enough is never enough. Attempt to condense TTRPG core gameplay loop into something that can play without intervention or supervision of a GM. I mean, please let me know how you found. Please let me know how you found this. Paradoxically, both very strict and very bare bones. Also want to capture the unique feel. I was heavily inspired by Dune and Moby Dick while creating this. I'd like to thank you, Best Case Survival, for the idea that inspired this book, and all the fine folks in the White Room for all the help. Megafauna and space. All other aspects of the game are secondary but nonetheless important. Something dangerous. Get to the root of their obsession. Okay, few d6s, 2 will do. A few decks of standard playing cards and sort of used for blackjack or poker. Okay, off to the sky. In the latter half of the 22nd century, humanity began its exploration of the solar system. It was motivated in part by necessity of the Earth and has grown ever more hungry for metals, need for construction, technology, economic, environmental, or political issues that lower the standard of living for much, growing dissatisfaction, growing pains. Few people were keen on the idea of moving to doomed habitats or centrifugal satellites. Oh, it was far beyond humanity's capabilities at the time. But very unlikely to explore Jupiter's upper atmosphere and encountered unusual creatures, one of many on the planet whose biology would provide a path forward to move beyond Earth and onto greater heights in a single lifetime. These creatures, called Leviathans. I do find it fascinating. I do find it always interesting of what people were naming these things. It was like, oh, they're whales. They are Leviathans. They're titans. They are, void beasts, or or you can just be they're Starwhals. It's just something completely out of fucking nowhere. Alright, the Leviathans, group of megafauna, planet Jupiter. They all have unique and research-worthy biology in their own right. Produce a form of oil. Negative mass when exposed to electricity. One small Clark University pounced on the opportunity to begin to first discover the substance provided nearly monopolized travel to Jupiter. The company has various unbelievable efficient spacecraft, fusion-powered engines allowed. Much anticipated Project Atlantis, the proposed functioning wormhole, and I'll travel between the edge of observable universe and back again in a matter of moments. Hunting industry is still booming, and Project Atlantis is nearing its testing phase, requiring estimated 7 billion gallons of fine oil in function. No closer synthesizing it than they were 60 years ago, but the business has never been better. The cities Armstrong, Collins, and Aldrin begin their life instead of 3 bases. Atmosphere. The Sky City Armstrong was reportedly destroyed in a freak storm 2 years ago, but she remains functional, housing the majority of the people living on near Jupiter. Ships are always looking for replacement crew members. While trips on back to Earth are surprising, Surprisingly and sometimes prohibitively expensive, Leviathan oil is the most expensive substance in the known universe. The cost of living, ship repair, and upgrading equipment eat away at profits, but there is a fortune to be made of the best of the best. Leave her, Johnny. Rule of Leviathan hunters. People who have, for one reason or another, decided to take up the job of hunting Leviathans. Crewmate, core crewmates. Higher crewmates work similarly. Let's see. In general, you can only have a number of core crewmates equal to the number of players. If some core crewmates die or retire. Lastly, when core crewmate is selected as captain. Action take place in this game, generate money, decrease the price associated with maintaining upgrade crew or ship, or make a Leviathan's hunts easier. So, cost of a crew. From hunt's earnings, if necessary, captain or other crew can choose to reduce their earnings 4,000 cover fees, living expenses. However, doing so more than one voyage in a row causes them to make a roll with one tension. So you can choose one of these guys. So someone is always going to have to be a captain. It's cost of doing business. Oh, ow. Every card resources costs $500 to recover, and every point of damage to the ship is $100 to repair. Borrow money to help pay off expensive buy upgrade. That accrues 10% interest. Oh god, there's interest rates. Fuck. Abstraction. Resources are an abstraction for food, flu, medicine, spare parts. Or food, flu. Devils, by the way, I know scale of money is fucked. Inflation would make those numbers much higher. Don't think about it. Don't worry about it. It's space money. That's how it's space money. We don't think about things too hard. It just works. TM. It's just sort of distraction. Damage typically caused by ship's various parts causes damage. Ship systems are reduced. Fuel. F-U-E-L. Fuel reserves. Yeah, so it's supposed to be fuel. UEL. It can also expend on a number of other functions. Anytime a resource is spent, a player remove the top card of their deck and place it on the scrap pile. Only recovered at port during a voyage. All of these except for extra effort consuming. Anytime makes a check, then choose to spend a resource to gain a bonus to their roll equal to the value of the card. Treat face cards as having a value of 10. Aces are automatic. Joker's got the check that fail automatically, but players that drew it place 2 cards from the scrap pile next to the Joker. Any order, repair, 3 points of damage from ship. Some parts of the ship consume resources. Checks. Anytime the crewmate attempts to action with chance of failure, have to make a check. Do this, roll 2d6. If the result is equal to or greater than the check's target number, they succeed. Otherwise, they fail. Not have a list of TN. The TN is 7. Can also make checks modified by edge or tension. Some number of dice equal to the edge and take the highest 2. Tension works in reverse. 3 dice, take the highest. Okay. Look at my giant deck! The captain begins play with a single Class 1 ship, a Drakenov 1 gun, and a standard light harpoon. Or or upgrade can be sold for 70% of its purchase price. You are very generous on 70% of its purchase price. Having more upgrades in your ship can carry at any time. Can be sold somewhat swapping out upgraded based on the Leviathan you plan to hunt. So So you're constantly wanting to upgrade the ships to go to Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, Class 4. But shit's expensive. What's the size of a modern day fishing trawler? Ships whose damage has surpassed their damage slash is effectively dead in the air, only kept aloft by emergency power. Feel energized. Any further damage whatsoever at this point destroy the ship. Have no fear, everybody. All my friends are dead. One of the most important weapons. All have been shot once before needing being loaded. Those harpoons have a tethered strength feature used in famous Jovian Sleighride. Using the famous Jovian Sleighride. Any harpoons that don't have a tether strength has some other effect on a Leviathan they hit. Beyond the harpoons, they also have size. Lots of fills. Close evasion by 2. Have no fear, everybody. I have my harpoon. What's that harpoon? It's a gun. Burst harpoon. Yeah, 10 damage right there. And their snaps, drag harpoon, hydra harpoon, Roshi harpoon, net. Some most valuable assets. Hunts faster, fires, action to reload, variable number of shots. 1 resource to reload, scattered on, do not require checks to hit. So you're probably going to want to upgrade to maybe even like a boomstick early on. A harpoon is just a gun that shoots javelins. For smoke, the waste gas produced by fire, gas heater, other fuel burning installation. So I guess flue would be correct. I've never heard of that word before, but ships a piece of equipment, allow prevent damage. Crewmate dedicates an action to manning the shields. They can make a check with the TN defined by the damage source to reduce damage the ship is exposed to. Okay, so you actually have to like man the shield to try to like hit damage away. Somewhat crazy enough into the other categories. Radar plating. Chain pikes. Electric pikes. Fire pikes. Plasma pikes. Reminds me of fucking energy. Wary leviring ground. Make the voyage. Equipping crew. In addition to the upgrade to the ship. Really taxing on resources. Comes equipped with their airtight suit that allows them to walk safely in Jovian atmosphere. Pikes. Resources and supplying. Resources. 54 card deck. 4 suits of 13 cards plus 2 jokers. The ship's resources are less than 54. Shuffle a deck. Randomly place cards in a pile next to the ship's resources. If a ship's resources capacity is higher than 54, then place the entire deck into separate piles and number of missing resources. At the beginning of the game, when buying a new ship, it comes fully stocked with resources. You have always a full deck of cards, baby. Everybody likes the deck of cards. Hell yeah! When in doubt, keep putting the decks of cards in. Oh, everyone's talking about fucking glaze. Repairing a ship port. Setting off. Let's see. Try and search for and begin making checks to try to find them. Spend 1 resource plus an additional resource for every 4 crewmates on board. Half the number of days voyage lasted. Let's see. First card used in each day to keep the ship moving determines the complications. So the idea being you're going to... So let's say if it's 1 per day, and then let's say we have, it's 1 for 1 for each crew, 1 for every 4. So generally speaking, if you have a 4-man crew with... I guess it doesn't really count for the number of crewmates. It just says crewmates rather than core crew. So let's just say you have 8 crew members. Let's say you have 10. So you'd be doing 3 cards. The first card is a 4 of hearts. So we'd go down here. Where's the hearts? 4 of hearts, static. Things are fine. Something. Generate stat. Any crewmate making a check into Leviathan. Search for Leviathans. Has 1 tension. Alone Bulbalora. Bulloras. Crew action. Crewmate sustained injury on checks with 1 tension. 3 injury. Should must make use additional for. They don't, then deliberately letting a crew die, then doing so isn't necessary. Deliberately letting a crew member die when doing so isn't needed for the survival of the rest of the crew. It typically results in mutiny. More characteristics. Styles. Think along the longest axis of the body. Require crew to make a number of checks to find them intentionally. TN is needed to find a Leviathan, otherwise known as elusiveness. Elusiveness? I think you're supposed to write elusiveness there. Elusiveness, yes. It's our elusiveness, everybody. I believe it's elusiveness, but LK are right next to it. Fuck. McDrew, you're ESL, right? Or am I thinking of somebody else? You're not ESL. Or are you a warm-blooded American? Ah, warm-blooded American. You're like me when it comes to fast typing. I type really fast. I get what you mean by, like, you just type really fast, you just don't notice some things. I get you. Who am I thinking of? Every Leviathan has stamina. Each turn of fight, one stamina takes an action based on card removed from the deck. Other cards removed from the deck. Try to flee battle at some point. Need to fight. Others will stay until they're nearly dead. Regardless of fleeing, Leviathan is hard to catch. Crewmate must succeed a steering check. The Leviathan tries to keep up with it. Something's far of the way to the ship that is tethered. Each turn of Leviathan flees, a crewmate must make a steering check response to movement. Your crewmate makes a check. The tether takes damage determined by the Leviathan. If it succeeds, and the damage tether is halved. There's no point of stamina. Next, to attack a fleeing Leviathan, even when it's tethered, have one tension. If tethered, 2 or more Leviathans at the same time, you must succeed all of them. All of them are treated as a failure. If multiple tethers are attached to the same Leviathan, you can choose which one is damaged. Value, biology, actions. Sky Drill. Sky Drill is a tiny little baby one. Return during dealing 1 point of damage to the hull per turn. Damage or take action. Jack King Maul. Acid Spit. Somebody do more Sky Drill. Sometimes between like Cookie Cutter Shark and a Barnacle. Hard to deal with without crew members using pike or scatter guns on board. Signs unusual speed, even by Leviathan, their squid-like bodies, and uncomfortable human-like faces. That's awful. Despite Clark Industries ensure to all concerned parties that their intelligence is on level of particularly smart cephalopod and not anything to be concerned about. Well, they aren't worth much normally. The live ones were 2... Is that 20,000 or 2,000 with an extra 0? Deal with Siren Song. So it's 2,000. So it's supposed to be 2,000, not 20,000. McDrew, please, brother, please. Ramfish. I'm gonna make a Ballora. Ballora play important role in Jovian food chain, serving primary prey and for many large leviathans. Crucially, they are fairly valuable for their difficulty. Travel in larger groups to defend one another. While the bulls live in solitary life, bulls are either killed despite having a more aggressive tendency. All variety of Ballora are, however, difficult to hunt without tethering them with a harpoon first. Triceberg, Elder Ballora. Always surrounded by 2d6 Ballora. Yeah, I don't want to fuck around with Ballora. Like, these things looks terrifying. Like, yeah, I know here I'm just like Like, fuck you, I'm just this massive nightmare creature. Like, no, let's not fight the balloons. Cloud Shoggoth. As much as a colony of micro have colonized the cloud and weaponized it to hunt. They cling to each other to make it easy to harvest oil once the group is sufficiently damaged. Difficulty of the spot is they look almost indistinguishable from normal clouds at first glance. Until the teeth come out. Claim is T and Nire. No sense of self-preservation. Natural defense mechanic. It's too effectively. It's too effective more. As their natural defense is too effective more most predators to deal threaten it. It looks like it's a balloon puffer sift with a face. Most Levianers describe it as punchable. Stormhopper, Cloud Eaters, Skyjaw, Thunderheads, Kraken, Sadness. There are quite a few different shots. There are quite a few different things here. I do like that. Read no further until a Jovian Typhoon has been encountered. Where's the Jovian Typhoon? Is the Jovian Typhoon up here? Oh no. Typhon is a baseless rumor. He's concocted by superstitious sale, explained not fully understood events associated with Jovian Typhoons. Or Typhoons, thank you very much. Of the Armstrong Station. 100 meters possible size for a Leviathan. They possess a human hand while others say is tentacles. They'll agree that Typhon claims to be some sort of wrathful god. That he does not exist. Value enough. Yes. But yes, that is Typhoons. This is Bones in the Sky. It can be played without a GM. You're ESL, right? Elusiveness is there now. I like Bones in the Sky. I think it has a good idea on it. Generally speaking, outside of cleaning up the wording, yeah, outside like some of the wording when it comes to things, like just cleaning up how it's written, but that's not really a game design thing. That's more of just like a you thing, and that's a thing you have to think about. It happens to the best of us. Don't worry, I do the same thing. One of the bigger things you got to think about is everything looks pretty solid. Everything looks like it's going to work pretty reliably, and that's really all you can hope for in a game like this. At the end of the day, kind of go down here. I would say maybe make it a little bit more clear of like when we're referring to crewmates, make sure you understand that this is crew and all your crewmates, especially when you're doing for like cost me. Like, please, this is everybody. Like, this is everybody you're dealing with here. That and like the cost of a crew when it comes to like, oh, after every voyage, each crewmate receives 7,000 from that hunt's earnings. Core crewmate reduce their earnings to 4,000 to cover fees. I would maybe make it like a point of being like, make sure when you bring in things like everybody's going to get paid, or like this isn't like you're supposed to hunt multiple different, you're supposed to hunt multiple animals, multiple Leviathans, and then come home and then cash out. That could be a thing that you might want to note. But generally speaking, I think it works. A solid game with a solid idea. I would maybe give like captain. Do I see the note about the captain anywhere? Actually do. Yeah, I would say like maybe give the captain an ability or something to do outside of just being like rather than the captain just having you are the responsible to keep everyone alive. Give them like something like additional, which makes it a little bit more enticing with the added responsibility of being who they are. Even if it's down to like, the captain may designate someone and that person gets a gets an edge. Where it's, anyone can get an edge from the captain, but he can only spread it around maybe like once per round. So it's like, okay, I need this crew member needs an edge right now, so I'm going to use my one edge to give them that. And it's kind of like, it is one of those things where like the captain has the responsibility and they're trying to keep everybody alive, which is a lot harder, a lot easier said than done. Let's just say that. It's a lot easier said than done. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, I think like the thing is, let's say, for example, a core crewmate is going to take 2 of these, so it's like, oh, I can be a chef, doctor, or I can be an entertainer, gunner, and you get a bit of things. You instead of getting 2 things, you get 1 thing, and you have more responsibility. Just giving them a little something to do, like a little extra bonus. Being like, you have a shit ton of responsibility, and when things go wrong, it's your fucking fault. On the other hand, rather than being like really specific, you have to give it to other people. So people are trying to petition you for something, where it's like, okay, as the captain, I can't give myself a bonus, but I can give our doctor a bonus, or I can give our gunner helmsman a bonus, or I can give our lancer mechanic a bonus. It's like I'm giving somebody a bonus because they need it. That would be my that would be my thing. But outside of that, yeah. Oof. That, and I would say add something for the between the hunts section. I know that sounds kind of silly to put in. Maybe like if you want to expand this out, I would say add something for between the hunts, even if it's just down to like, oh, you're gonna be able like, oh, here's like a really like quick little table of something that is gonna happen. Like, oh, hey, someone's offering you a discount on something. You can take it if you want, but it's kind of a one and done. Or, oh, hey, you can buy 1 gun at half cost. Or, oh, hey, people are trying to fleece you for extra, pretty much you have to pay taxes now, fuck off. It's like little things between the hunt to like get people a little bit more like, oh, there's something going on here. It's like, oh, it's not necessarily social interaction. It's more, here's a fire under your ass to do something, or there's an opportunity now. It's like, oh, I want to go into debt because if we go into debt now, we can buy better guns, we can buy better armor or something, so we can hunt something bigger. Just something a little like that. That would be like my other one little thing there. Not necessary, but just, yeah, you get to learn what it means to be financially responsible for another human being. Yeah, it's kind of like the idea of like, oh, hey, you're being threatened with, they want to take some money off of you, or hey, you do encounter Typhon. If you encounter Typhon, there's like a special event, what happens, like, yeah, they want to keep you really fucking quiet about that. And it's like, oh, you encounter Typhon, you're gonna get a deal. You can reveal it to everybody that Typhon is real and we saw him. Yeah, they formed a union. Now you must agree to their demands. Even like silly things, like little things like that, being like, oh, suddenly all the hired crew wants a pay raise. And it's like, fuck, damn it. Little things like that to kind of keep people, again, light a fire under their ass or give them an opportunity to do something. That's like the big thing I would put there for between hunts. Simple solution, kill them all. But yeah, that is all of the games. Now, I could be really, really snickety and say I loved all of the games and they're all amazing. So nobody wins. But kind of going over into this, me really taking a second to think about it, to like, generally speaking, I want to try to give a good, well-reasoned argument for the game I like the most. Generally speaking, I just ripped off a piece of my desk. Don't do that, please. Please don't destroy your desk for my sake. I would say, all of them have their appeal. All of them have things that I enjoy about them, and some things I would say, hey, let's maybe let's roll this back a little bit. I would say probably the best presentation, the absolute best presentation, would be a combination of Bones in the Sky and Descent. I think Descent looks really fucking good because it's, to be honest, it actually has stuff. It's not my favorite game though. I'll say presentation wise, I think Descent's gonna win that one pretty easy. I think that looks really good. Bones of the Sky actually did have, like, it looks pretty good. The writing's a little bit rough, but I get what it's trying to put down. I would say though, God, now here, this is one of those funny things. It's like, which. See, this is the funny thing. I have to actually think about, like, what game did I enjoy the most? Ethical is my favorite graphic designer. Yeah, pretty much. Like, actively, like, this, like, mechanically speaking, game that I enjoyed reading, that I thought was at least interesting to read and had its own fascinating, ideas behind it. I can understand why people might like Void Whale. Thing is, this is more of a board game thing, so High Road had the fun pitch, but it's a card game with some stranger ideas in it. Let's see. You know what? Okay. No worries. No worries. Here, actually, I will pull yours fast. You know what? I'm gonna give I think I'm gonna give my vote anyway. My vote to Wynken, Blynken, and Nod. And Sea of Starwhals. And I'm gonna give that my explanation to this. Watch later, hear a true and honest thought. I like the ideas behind it. That's the big thing, Cole. I liked a lot of the ideas. You just had. There were a lot of different places. It's like you had health in one. It's like aspects were being targeted in another. There was another one entirely. I can't even remember which that one particularly was. There was a lot of different places rather than like one cohesive whole. And that was like my only big issue with it. I'm gonna give you okay. I'm gonna choose Wynken, Blynken, and Nod. But here's the thing. There's two things about this game that I actually like. One, it has a unique theme. It took the theme and it really rode an interesting part with it, something I wasn't really expecting at all. It's interestingly enough, and it's really easy to understand. It's real easy to play, and it does use the card system pretty effectively. It doesn't really. Some of them felt a little bit like it's time for cards or something like that. And I wasn't like a super big fan of some of those, but I understood like why they were there. This one seems really easy to kind of just go from point A to point B. And generally the things that I am not like super enthused about this game with usually boil down to this section, but I understand what it's putting down, and I get why it's being put down that way. and it has a nice beat to it, it has a nice cute look to it. It's very, it does everything in its power to be nice as possible. It's like, okay, you are Wynken, Blynken, and Nod. And it's concise, it's clean, it does exactly what it wants to do. Again, my only big thing here would be maybe darkening, either darkening or kind of like highlighting the square a little bit more. I know you wanted to make sure everything gets seen and stuff like that. Maybe some graphic, maybe just something to make the text pop out a little bit more. I would also not make this font. I just find it difficult to read at some points. Everything I could read, that's the thing. I could read everything. Just getting it, like reading it out, like reading it kind of get a little bit hard. I can read it, it's just difficult to do. But yeah, I'll give it to Wynken, Blynken, and Nod for me, because I enjoy it. I think it's a cute and unique way, and it plays into its themes very hard. That's the big thing for me. It plays into its themes incredibly hard, and it knows exactly what it wants to be, and it does it. I can respect that. I understand a lot of... I can understand it, and I think the game could be fun as kind of like a... If you're playing with kids, they're going to like this game, because it's nice and easy and simple, and it's also immediate to what you're doing. You're trying to catch star whales that are going to give dreams to children. Cool. I'd say the things that need to be improved upon is... I would say even embrace the fact this is going to be kind of a one-shot kind of thing. Maybe add in like an event table or something like that, rather than with the explicit idea of, oh, hey, there's going to be a session 2. Rather than thinking, oh, hey, there's going to be a session 2 or something, it's going to be, here's just a bunch of event table where you're just going to play with a bunch of kids, or you're going to play with someone who as kind of like an in-betweener. I think that would be like my big thing, as well as kind of just making it a little bit cleaner to write. But yes, I like it. That's going to be my position. So Caffeine, I will at Caffeine, and he will be the one to choose the first case. I will put up the poll though, and it'll be in Jovian Sleighride. And the poll is going to be who has the fan favorite, effectively, out of everyone that have been going over. What was people's absolute favorite, and what people liked, what people didn't like. That's kind of the idea. No abusing logic, ethical, none of your Twitter bullshit. But we're going to... Let's take some time. Let's go to our favorite cock and ball torture session, everybody. I gotta log in first. Oh boy, let's log in. I sure do love logging in every fucking time. It's having a stroke, guys. It's not appreciating the bullshit I'm putting down. Okay, we're doing this. We're gonna do this. There we go. Hello. Can't talk about that. Space killing. Oop, that's dead. Looks like that got funded way more than it should have. Veil Riders have been getting funded pretty consistently. Let's see. Faye the RPG ended. Tyrant's Quest failed. Alchemistress succeeded for some reason. Rattenreich failed, obviously. Let's see, do we have any other, yeah, Wifer tactics. Good old Wifer tactics. Oh, goodness. So, let us go to Gamerinos. Explore games. Sorted by newest. Tabletop games. Let's do our favorite thing. Literally nobody saw it. Do you know how many fucking dings I had to get? People fucking adding each other. It wasn't you necessarily, Ethical. It was fucking I got quite a few dings from people like responding to the post and like retweeting it endlessly. Yeah, a lot of people retweeting it. Like, oh, nobody saw it. 488 views with 22 likes. Fuck you. Fuck you. So it's funny how people like immediately were like, oh, I can post my videos here. It's like, oh Jesus. Let's see, big business in Bumbleberry Hikes, Bumbleberry Hollows. Ooh. Let's see. Printable scenery, Tyrant Royale. Tyrant Royale. Let's see. OSR RP. Okay. Mini Tactics Wars. That's just advanced. This is just Advanced Wars, by the way. French wagons. All the Witches. Original RPG. All right. Okay. All the Witches. Okay, we're gonna. This is a relaunch, by the way. No, it's not a relaunch. This is the relaunch. That's porn. Why are they always Latin American? Every single one of them. I believe they're Latin American. They went 2d6 dungeon. All right. Possibly cool too. Cool. STLs. Cool. More STLs. Gangs of Rome. 28mm gang fight skirmish game. Oh wow, look everybody. Vagabond's Guide to Delradia. 5e compatible. Of course it is. Oh, of course. There we go. We got the Fall of House Prosh. Alright. We're gaming. More 5e stuff. Again, we went through the OGL crisis and nothing changed. I love it. It's the best. Board game Shars. I thought that said Sharts at first. I was a little bit concerned there. Telemundo. Lore board game. Mechanic heavy archetypal fantasy adventure where your lore unfolds around you. Wait, are you the guy who did, I think this is the guy who's done Rain, right? No. Oh. Yeah, I think this is... How much money are you looking for? $50,000! Jesus! Also, he's a casino dealer in Vegas. He's making bank. Jesus, mother of God, that's a lot of money. Fuck, dude. Fuck, man. It's like, fuck. 50 grand. 5e compatible, Forged in the Dark, powered by the Apocalypse, powered by my fist. You know how it goes. Oh, Possum RPG, D&D, no. Townsfolk Tussle, an odd... Oh yeah, fucking Free League is putting out the Walking Dead universe, AMC role-playing game, TM. Because... Cool. Okay, tabletop news. Oh no. Oh no. Let's see. If anything, 5e, 5.5e. I love 5e. 5e really is the last game we need. 5e, we all love 5e. I should talk about Dot Dungeon. I should. I don't want to talk about Dot Dungeon, but I will because I have to, because that's what I do here. I talk about things and break on all these. So, All the Witches. Original TRP with deck building mechanics. One diversity of witches in a fantasy world. You are beautiful. You are valued. You are loved. You belong in a stake. Tools and resources, magic and adventure. Escape to a new world of fantasy built by a team of queer and BIPOC writers and designers. Don't say it, Notepad. Don't you fucking say it. No, I gotta be nice. I have to be nice, everybody. I'm not gonna comment about being magical and magically being in a wheelchair still. No. Bad Notepad. Bad. Trigger warning is just Cards Against Humanity. You damn well know that. Give in to your anger. Maybe the real magic were the wheels we made along the way. The world began. Two astral beings fell in love. The sun and the moon. They all loved each other. Let's see our powerful, our all the races of the world. Woman, Mexican, tree. I love them. Heritage, humans. All right, humans are creatures gifted with this world of sun. Spirits. I think you were in Guild Wars too. Celesti. Oh. No, don't comment on it. Artwork looks nice. I'll say that. The artwork looks nice. That looks kind of freaky. I'm in. I'll always have had a weakness for girls in big glasses. Always have. This isn't AI. No, the eyes kind of threw me for a loop there. Let's see. For primary, die roll determine the difficulty check by man. Gold roll under rank of the attribute being used for a check. Decks of playing cards or tarot cards. Number of cards in these decks determine the number of actions they have each turn. Use numbered cards to determine the number of actions they have in each turn. Jesus. Their spells they compare each day and they control over have magical power. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh. Don't say a word. Don't say a word, Notepad. Don't you say a fucking word. You look familiar. D'Angelo Murillo. I think I've seen you before. I know for a fact I've heard of Austin Taylor before. I've seen him before. Never heard of these three. If I have, they weren't like lead things, or it's just something I haven't gone over before. But these two look familiar. Like I've heard these names before. Also, this is just a concept. Okay, and so these are your artists. What are they? Introductory adventures. They don't even have an introductory adventure. That's the thing. Yeah, more journaling experience. Wait, are you going to be on roll? They are going to be on roll. That's fascinating. These guys are going to be on roll, fun fact. Yep, this is interesting. Please join our live stream one-shot featuring 3 guys and 2 women. Notepad, you're a terrible human being. I'm gonna finish the proofread before I release the game on itch. We are a very relaxing cat. Oh no! But oh no, pictures, oh no! Oh boy. Chanting is my waifu. I love women with big massive hats. Yeah, I'm not gonna make any comments. So let's actually see here. Emperor Harken the Oh, I wonder what this is game's going to be based off of. The Fall of House Prosh. Grizzly left home. After you and your servants had left home plan to take over House Couture's duty in the Imperial Palace. You must track and oversee the Imperial office until the new Emprox is chosen. Servants, what's inside? What game is this though? Three separate. The Fall of House Prosh is made of 3 separate pamphlets. Oh, Jesus. How much money are you asking for this? 700. You're only asking for 1,000 Canadian dollars. No fucking idea why, but I mean, okay. This is going to be using the Year Zero engine. Yeah, this is using the Year Zero engine. Tales from the Loop. And, okay, no. With Joe LaFavi, not the designer, but the brand, but he's going to be a producer. Yeah, it's as editors and project managers. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. It's gonna be pretty much the exact same thing. Like, yeah, it's using the Year Zero engine, using probably a very simple, little bit simpler. Don't open dead inside. Don't dead open inside. Looks like it's gonna borrow a little bit from Twilight 2000 more than anything. I see the map there and stuff. I mean, know what you're working with, I guess. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be custom dice, pre-generated. This is gonna be a big thing here. They're gonna do like custom characters for everybody. You want to play Michonne? It's Michonne, everybody. This is gonna get funded by $8 gazillion. This is already generated $443,000. This is probably most likely, with 17 days ago, this will at least hit 500K. At least hit 500K. I'd be amazed if it doesn't. That's really all I can say about this. AMC, give me the rights to Badlands, Into the Badlands. Just give me the rights to the Into the Badlands. I will write you a game for free. Just let me do it. Please, I'm begging you. I'm sad. Please let me do this. I'm begging you. Game of Nerds. Includes 8 spaceship models to choose from. Hatred, taking everyone, leaving only black and ruin behind. When still nations, advanced cultures, idea, inflame people's soul. Descent become conflict, and unstoppable force of nightmares. Oh no! Boundless frontiers, where everything is post-apocalyptic nightmare aliens. Oh my god, look everybody, it's a fucking necromorph. So it's a space western. It's a space western with a little bit of everything, based on the blackjack system. Poker card based system, same rules. Arcana Familia TTRPG uses. Arcana Familia? I've never heard of this one before. Do you know what that means? It means let's look at a esoteric cyberpunk RPG. Have any of you ever heard of this game? Interesting that they use. Weirdly enough, they use. It's really weird that they decide to use a different person to run their Kickstarter. It's kind of. I'm not going to say it's sus. I'm just saying that it's a little bit weird. Is this? Like a poker card. Yeah, it looks like it's a poker card. Looks like it's a poker system. All right, nothing I can really say about that. Looks like it's mostly about ship combat. I'll keep an eye on it. It still's got quite of, it's actually funded fully, so color me fascinated. It looks like it's an Italian game. That might understand why I haven't seen a lot about it. But yeah, no, it seems interesting. Color me interested. That's why it's not replacing every mention of Xeno with a zombie and simply calling it a day. What's with every cyberpunk nowadays putting weird Gnostic shit in there? Chromatic shadow. That looks like Cyborg for people that hate sound of yodeling. It's chromatic. The thing is, you can't have just cyberpunk anymore. You need to have something else with it because if you just put like, oh, we're cyberpunk RPG, you will be murdered. You will be murdered in the SEOs. Absolutely just skull fucked SEO wise. So you need, it's not cyberpunk, it's esoteric cyberpunk. It's not cyberpunk, it's arcana cyberpunk. It's something stupid like that. You need $150,000. Oh, Jesus Christmas Christ. Why would we need a consolidated weekly show? Full-length episode every week. Why? Why? Yeah. We don't want this to be a big corporatized production that loses its human spark. What the fuck does this mean? Who the fuck are any of these people? Good Time Society, Dimension 20, Critical Role, LA by Night, Paizo, Critical Role, D20. So they're all actual players. I can guarantee you three things. One, you will only hear big games from something like this. You'll only hear about big games, and you'll hear about D&D stuff and actual plays. That's all you will hear about. Because they have a vested interest all of a sudden to start talking about Critical Role. They have a vested interest talking about Dimension 20. Like, yeah, actual play shows like company like Paizo Publishing, plus creating ads, promos, with companies like Beatles and Grimm's, and like free RuneQuest starter set. Yeah, they're partners. They're partners at Chaosium. They're partners with Chaosium, and he's like, "Oh, we're a news thing." You're not going to be a news. You're going to be. It's going to be ruthless at shilling. That's all it's going to be. Yeah, that's all this thing would be. This is the issue. This isn't a news network. It's going to be It's going to be a PR network. That's all it's going to be. Geek and Sundry. Didn't Geek and Sundry collapse? I wouldn't be surprised if it was a Geek and Sundry thing that kind of just got a little bit. Also, LA. With their current funding, with 25 days to go, I'm assuming they will hit. They might fail, but it's going to be at like 120K. And if I'm to be correct here, and if they have all their strong partners, what's going to happen is that they're going to have a lot of partner money all of a sudden, and that's going to be the thing that pushes them over. And I'll keep an eye on it. I will be amazed if it doesn't succeed. I will make sure that it probably does succeed. What will happen, I can guarantee you what will most likely occur, is that it will produce maybe about a year, and then it will go away forever, and no one will ever talk about it again. Unless they're getting a shit ton of money for it, because here's the thing. This is the fascinating thing. Because you kind of see this, they have to pay all these people, mind you. Like, they have to pay all of these people consistently to talk. They say, oh, it's talented talent. This isn't, you're not working for free. This is not a $150,000 production. Abso-fucking-lutely not. $150,000 is going to buy you one person for a season worth of stuff. You ain't going to do that. Critical Role makes that much amount of money 10 times over. Like, actually, let's play a game. How much money does Critical Role make? How? Yeah, it's Critical Role is among the highest earners on Twitch. Yeah, direct payout of $9 million between September and 2021. Mind you, it gets a little bit wonky, it gets a little bit hard to kind of understand. How Critical Role makes $14 million a year. $150,000 is nothing. Because what's going to happen, I can guarantee you, this is most likely my thought. Either one, these guys aren't doing it for any money whatsoever. They're doing it completely free. But I can tell you that's bullshit, because if you kind of see there, they have backgrounds, they have things like that. The fact that they have a stopper, they're doing this is a formal show. And there are people there. Those two people have makeup. They have wardrobe. They have to get ready, then they go on. Because if they don't do that, I don't know why they're making it look that way. This is a couple $1,000s minimum, unless they just want to do like one episode. But my guess would be you need to get the initial funding to encourage other people to start putting money into it. And you're suddenly going to realize that every episode is going to be sponsored by our proud partners at Chaosium, or sponsored by our proud partners at Paizo, or something bullshit like that. This doesn't work for that amount of money. Money laundering scheme? Not money laundering. Money laundering scheme? Not a money laundering scheme. I think it's there's two outcomes here. You can do two pieces of thinking. Either A, this is a company effectively going to be built on the back of subscribers. You're going to subscribe to this network, and they're going to pretty much, they need the starting capital to get you to subscribe to it, and it's going to be like $5 a month for you to get the news once a week. And the news is going to be, Paizo is putting out a brand new book. It's so amazing. And when you look in the background, you see, you see fucking Paizo signing a check. It's going to be effectively, it's like, oh, it's not big corporatized production. It doesn't fucking matter. I wonder if anyone is help grow the industry. A extremely high target. A fairly lengthy breakdown on our budget toward the bottom. Like, let's actually see. I'm curious. What's the actual, like, reason for the budgets? But yeah, you're seeing this already. Like, 21 World Day Anvil. Like, this is money, by the way. This is a Worldsmith subscription. That's money. Oh, roll credits. $10. Backer-only updates. Adventure. Bloopers. News poster. A prince. You're getting Rockin' Rumble dice. Tabletop new soundtrack by Deepwave Audio. Click Clack map. Roll a crit tabletop news black vegan leather dice bag and mat. Limited story personal gaming tale uses segment news from your table. Sending personalized video message from cast and crew. Crew up. The VIP room. Divination. Limited game on. With a virtual game with the various cast and crew. The mightiest Dogmite. Special Dogmite Game Master screen. Limited segment sponsor one segment within one episode. Limited episode sponsor. Limited plane shift. Yeah, it's like even more incredible hosts, longer and a larger crew, more success, 5 or more episodes. More funding means 5 more episodes and improved rate. Like how? Let's play a game. I want to go. What's the highest? One person is already backed $2,000. One person is backed $3,000. Yeah, one person already backed $3,000 on this, by the way. 3,000 fucking, yeah, there's not a line with the brand's values. It's a segment sponsor. Yeah, it's 56% infrastructure, equipment, facility rent. Oh, that's rewards, campaign fee. Got like production, hiring cast, hiring crew. Content production on any scale is a shockingly expensive endeavor. Like, why 100 and why only? It's only going to be 10 episodes. Oh, that's not news. That's feels like an intimidating goal at time. Number we are confident we can hit. Seeking sponsorship within our campaign, and we'll actively seek sponsorship after it. We're looking for sponsorship from companies, publishers. This isn't news. Remember that. This isn't news. This isn't going to be news. This is going to be reading PR pieces. Don't call your shit news. Do not call your shit news if you're doing this. Call it a show. This is your brand new cool tabletop show. Hey, this is our brand new tabletop thing. This isn't news. This is going to be you getting on your knees and saying, "We go sponsor, please, you're money, That's literally what it's going to be. I'm just a little gambling. Because that's what this is going. It's just going to be them getting on their knees and begging. Please, I'm a little gambling. Yuga desmesado basado en estragalles que estia militar inspirado en este hero del mundo antiguo. Una ballesta épica entre leyendas. Ole. I don't speak Spanish. Card game from Mexico. This is Bats. Bats is a pretentious ass. But yeah, that's Kiko Startero. Let's check physical games. What's new and popular? Space Ark, Prisoners of the Elf King, Cyberpunk tokens, Quick Start rules for Dungeoneering, Badger and Coyote, Daring Adventures, Lonesome Drifters, Kaiju Don't Care About You. Powered by, this game is Breathless, a $6 game, which is Breathless. Look, everybody, it's Descent, a game we went over today. Maho Punk, oh, Jesus Christ. I still need to go over Wild Sea. Wild Sea is a pretty old one at this point. Oh, there's the magical land of Yeld. This is by the guy who has done a few games, Yeld stuff. It's not his Yeld isn't his first game. He's done a few different games. Wonder if I can find. And it's funny because he does tactically avoid some of his older games. I believe he did what was it? It was Tokyo Brain Pop. That was it. I believe it was Tokyo Brain Pop. No, we're not talking about that Black Flame. Stop. Abominable. Wander home in Spanish. She's gone forever now. She may as well be dead. Let's see. Looks like Yeld guy published everything, so that's been going pretty well. I'm going fucking insane. Please help. Oh God. Oh Jesus Christ. It's 12 word game jam, and it's gonna be spread everywhere here, so you can never actually think of anything else going on. I love it. I love game jams. I like how everything is the exact same and you can't really do anything with it. It's awesome. Okay, we're not gonna do this. That's that. Godspeed. Good luck. I think we really did do things. I'm going to add Caffeine when I get hit. I will... Have you ever gone over it? Fist? No, because I saw Fist and I'm immediately like, oh, I know exactly what this game is, and then I casually ignored it. Fatal Case? I know how to do... Like, here's the thing. There's the Fatal Case. I know how to vaguely do the Fatal Case. The problem is, anything I do with the Fatal Case will immediately have to be me explaining for like 3 hours how fucking Fatal works. And I am dreading that. I am dreading that aspect. Horrified by it. Because I know I'm going to have to make a character for it. And I know I'm going to have to do things for it. And that's like the issue. Is it's like, if we ever do a Fatal Case, it's going to be a micro case. And it's going to be a 7-hour micro case. My favorite 7-hour my famous 7-hour micro cases, because it's just that fucking massive. You will be very important in that, by the way. And I say you're going to be very important in that for one very important reason. You know the lore. You know how to read. You know the guy. You know the story behind the guy. So it's like literally, quite literally, when it comes out, like it's time to do the Fatal game, I'm going to have to contact you and be like, do a basic write-up on the full story on this guy, and I will read it out verbatim, because like it's talking about it is going to be it's the story behind him is more fascinating than the game itself at some points. But I'm gonna call it there. Hopefully everyone had a good time today. Thank you all very much. The poll will be up probably in about 30 minutes. I just have to get everything set up for it. Thank you all. Godspeed. Good luck. Tomorrow we are going to be doing nothing, in fact, nothing at all. On Monday, we're going to continue on with Toward the Dawn. And then, generally speaking, I'm going to do some lighter videos next week, most likely, because the video fucking yesterday broke me, because it was a long-ass video. We're probably going to do some lighter videos, probably a detox next week, probably a detox into just a lighter video in general. So, all right, I'm going to call it there. Love you all. Hope you have a wonderful time.